Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our 3 p.m. land use hearing. As is our tradition, we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome, everyone. We certainly have a full house this afternoon. We're not quite used to that on a Monday afternoon. I'm Kristen Stevens, Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. With me are my fellow commissioners, Commissioner John Kafalis and Commissioner Jody Shattuck McNally. Behind us, we have two folks from the clerk's office. We have Lindsay Jones, and we have Diane Cheney, who's learning the ropes. So welcome to both of you. And on the dais to my right, we have our County Attorney, Frank Haug. And I am going to turn things over to Cassidy Fiore, who's the principal planner. And she's going to give us some introductions to the staff that's here, let you know a little bit about how the procedure is going to run today, and then she'll bring it back to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, I'm Cassidy Fiore. I'm a principal planner here. I'm joined at the dais by Ryan Oswendell and Christina Scrutchins from our CERT team. I'm joined to my left by Leah Schneider from our Department of Health and Environment, Scott Benton, our environmental planner, and Christine Luckison, also from our county attorney's office. And at the staff table, we have Leslie Ellis, who is our SIPR director. We have Danielle Raymanis, who is a Planner 1 here. We have Stephen Rothwell from our Engineering Department, Tracy Shambo from our Engineering Department, David Pringle from our Engineering Department, and Laura Culleton from our Planning Department. And with that, we respectfully request that all members of the audience silence their electronic devices. Please help yourself to a copy of the agenda and hearing procedure instructions, which are located on the wall just to the right of the hearing room entrance and are also posted on the website. For this afternoon's hearings, a sign-up sheet will be used for public comment, and time limits will be implemented by the chair. Please wait to speak until recognized by the chair. Please maintain civility, refraining from audience applause, comments, or disruptions, whether positive and/or negative. Anyone who is disruptive during the hearing will be asked to leave. Please make all comments to the Board of County Commissioners from the podium. A portable microphone is available as needed. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the spelling of your name if it is unique. Please speak directly into the microphone so that the remote participants may hear, and the microphone on the podium can be repositioned to best capture your testimony. Questions may be asked during your testimony but will not be answered until public comment is closed and rebuttal has begun. Upon request, assisted listening devices are available for the hearing impaired. For those on Zoom, attendees will be muted until they are recognized by the chair. If an online attendee wishes to speak or request a consent item to be removed, please use the raise hand function on the Zoom control bar or *9 on a phone. If the Board of County Commissioners has a legal question during the hearing, they may elect to go into executive session with the county attorney. Executive sessions are private meetings where the board can get confidential legal advice. So rather than asking everyone in attendance to exit the hearing room, the board will relocate to a smaller private room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cassidy. Now I'll go through some additional information, including what's on today's agenda. So we have 4 items on our consent agenda. The first was a tabled item from a previous meeting. So that first item is the Ridgett Legacy Farm Appeal, file number 25 GNRL 0563. This is an appeal to section 5.8.2 to allow the property owner to apply for a 1-lot subdivision on Lot 2 of the Manning Minor Land Division, which would normally require the conservation development process. The next item on the consent agenda is the Cantor Boundary Line Adjustment and Appeal, file number 24, Land 4427. This is a lot size appeal associated with the Cantor Boundary Line Adjustment, file number 24, Land 4427, to allow an 8.44 acre parcel in the O open zoning district when 10 acres is typically required. The next item on our consent agenda is the Miller Holt Revocable Living Trust Easement Vacation, file number 24, Land 4423. And this is a request to vacate a 15-foot wide utility easement that bisects the property to facilitate future construction of a garage. And the last item on the consent agenda is the Johnstown 1041 raw water pipeline, file number 24, zone 3722. This is a proposed pump station located adjacent to the existing pump station on the northern end of Lone Tree Reservoir. The proposed alignment of a raw water pipeline within unincorporated county that runs northeast from the proposed pump station for 0.35 miles east, 0.37 miles to Pine Hill Drive east, for 0.64 miles paralleling Larimer County Road 17, which is 42nd Street, south on Larimer County Road 15H for 900 feet, east for 1.7 miles, crossing the consolidated home supply ditch, Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad, and State Highway 287 north for 1,000 feet to State Highway 60, and east for 900 feet to Weld County Road 1. And we have one item on the public hearing discussion, and that is the Platt River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit 24, zone 3715. And as I think most people are here for this discussion item, this is a 1041 review of a permit application for an activity of state interest pursuant to Article 10 of the Land Use Code for 5 new aeroderivative combustion turbines, proposed natural gas with the potential for future conversion, and related infrastructure, including an ammonia storage tank, wastewater storage tank, demineralized water tank, power distribution centers, and a proposed water treatment facility. Also included in the application are substation, bus work, additions, transmission upgrades, and construction, staging, laydown, and storage yards. The additional acres are included in the application as laydown areas. So that is what is on our agenda. And I will, just so folks understand, typically items on the consent agenda are considered routine in nature, and as far as we know, there's no perceived or significant controversy. Items on the consent agenda will not have a staff presentation, the applicant will not get to speak, and there will be not be an opportunity for public comment unless the item is pulled from the consent agenda. And if that occurs, then we would have a full hearing if one of the items is pulled. And so for items that are on the discussion item, which is the 1041 for Platte River Power Authority, there will be a presentation from staff, an opportunity for the applicant to make their case, and an opportunity for public comment. After that, the applicant then can ask staff to make a rebuttal to public comment. Commissioners can ask questions of the applicant and staff, and then we would enter into the deliberations. So there are the 4 items, as I stated, that are on the consent agenda, including that tabled item. Would one of the commissioners want to pull anything from the consent agenda this afternoon? Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Madam Chair, I don't wish to pull items from the agenda. I just like to highlight and make a comment. It won't. I'm not change. My comment doesn't change my position on that item. I just want to make a comment and highlight a comment, if I might.
Yes, Commissioner, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to comment on the Johnstown 1041 raw water pipeline, file number 24-CONE3722. I just like to highlight the mule deer habitat and the highlight the importance of working and following the CPW recommendations, especially since it is commented that, usually deer are expected to adapt to human activity. But I do think this is a very critical winter spring habitat, and this is a very stressful time period between December 1st and December 30th. I know those are 2 conditions in the consent agenda 5 and 6, but I do hope that with the mitigation and the overlap with the report on page 2 of the wildlife mitigation plan, that they'll work closely with the migratory bird habitat and the mule deer habitat mitigation, since this will be maybe constructed during the very critical wintering time. And I would just like to highlight that and stress, I hope that they'll work very closely with CPW. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Commissioner Kofalis, did you have any comments, or would you like to pull anything from the agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will ask the public, is there anyone from the public who would like to remove one of the consent agenda items from the agenda? Okay, seeing no hands raised, can we go online and ask if there's anyone online who would like to pull something off the consent agenda?
If there's anyone online that would like to pull one of the consent agenda items, please use the raise hand function now or *9. There are no hands raised.
Thank you. So we will keep the consent agenda as it is, and I would ask Commissioner Kofalis to make a motion for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, before I make the motion, I guess a quick comment I would make is that we did receive a memo regarding the Cantor boundary line adjustment, and the original document indicated conditions of approval, but because that will be primarily, if we moving that forward, it will be an administrative matter decision, and they can work out those details. So I think the updated motion is to approve that without any conditions of approval at this time.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, colleagues, those who are assembled, I move to approve the 4 items on the consent agenda for Monday, March 10th, 2025, subject to the conditions of in the staff reports, and further move to authorize the chair to sign the findings and resolutions.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. All right. We will now move on to the public hearing discussion item. And that'll be a quick switch of notebooks for me. All right. So anyone who was here, if you see folks leaving, those are folks who've already had their issue decided on the consent agenda. We will talk about the public hearing discussion item, which, as I stated earlier, is the Platt River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit 24 zone 3715. So we do have a staff presentation, I believe. So we'll begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just bear with me while I share my screen. Given that we don't see a lot of these applications, I thought that it might be beneficial to run through a quick sort of what are 1041 regulations and what that process looks like, just to sort of address any questions about the process and the length of time that it takes to get to this hearing. So what are 1041 regulations? They give local governments the authority to regulate matters of statewide concern. This includes the development of regional transportation and utility infrastructure, and they can also be used to protect specific geographic areas with historical, cultural, or natural resources of statewide importance. They include a variety of regulated activities, including new and converted power plants, reservoirs, pipelines, etc. So where are we in this process? This diagram shows sort of our typical 9-step process, and we're currently at step 7, which is the Board of County Commissioners hearing. And I will show sort of a simplified diagram in a second. But essentially, we start with a pre-application conference. There's an application submittal, followed by a completeness review, then staff review, notice of hearings, a planning commission hearing, Board of County Commissioners hearing, then a decision, and if approved, then it moves to technical review. So to give everyone an idea of what that process looks like, the regulations in our land use code do require shortened timeframes than what you might see with a typical land use item. So for example, you could have a pre-application conference at which time staff provide a submittal checklist, then the applicant submits the application, but between application submittal and deeming it complete, we have 60 days excuse me, to determine if that is complete. During that time, we undertake what's called a completeness review, at which point in time internal staff, including engineering, health, cultural heritage, planning, and environmental planning, undertake a review to ensure that all of the information that we asked for at the pre-application conference has been submitted and can be evaluated to our satisfaction. Once it's deemed complete, we have 30 days to notice the application for hearings, including Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. Once that notice of hearings has been provided, we then move on to staff review. So between the noticing of the hearings and the actual hearings happening, staff have approximately 35 business days to write and review the staff report for that initial Planning Commission hearing, which is why that completeness review up front is so important. So following staff review, we go to a Planning Commission hearing. There's a decision made whether to support the future approval or denial, and then it goes to the Board of County Commissioners for that decision. I would note that between step 5, which is the notice of hearings, and step 8, we can only have 60 days maximum in between. Following that hearing, there's a decision, or at the hearing, I should say, there's a decision made, and then technical review, as I mentioned, if that is approved based on the conditions of approval. So the purpose of today's meeting is a public hearing of the application. It's an opportunity for additional public input. The Board of County Commissioners, in this case, my apologies for not updating this slide, will make that recommendation and a final decision for the application. And with that, I will begin the actual presentation for this agenda item. So we're here today for the Platt River Power Authority 1041 application, otherwise known as 24-Zone 3715. The request is a 1041 review of a permit application for an activity of state interest pursuant to Article 10 of the Land Use Code, like I just mentioned. The request is for 5 new aeroderivative combustion turbines, proposed natural gas with potential for future conversion, and related infrastructure including an ammonia storage tank, wastewater storage tank, demineralized water tank, power distribution centers, and a proposed water treatment facility. Also included in the application are substation buswork additions, transmission upgrades, construction staging, laydown, and storage yards. The proposed construction area includes approximately 30 acres of the existing 4,590 acre site, with approximately 32 additional acres included as laydown areas. The site is located at 2700 East County Road 82 in Wellington, Colorado. It's approximately 9 miles northwest of the town of Wellington and 2 miles west of I-25. It is part of the broader Platt River Power Rawhide Energy Station property, which is shown on your screen outlined in blue. The owner and applicant is Platt River Power Authority, located at 2000 East Horsetooth Road, Fort Collins. As I mentioned, the proposed construction area includes approximately 30 acres with an additional 32 acres for laydown areas, which is a total of 62 acres. The surrounding land uses are primarily agricultural and rural residential, and the existing zoning is heavy industrial, or IH. The site is accessed primarily by County Road 82, or Buckeye Road, and the water is privately managed system owned by PRPA. For this project, it is proposed to use temporary portable toilets for construction only, and fire protection is a little bit unique in this instance. On Platte River's Rawhide site, they actually have their own on-site emergency response team, which works together with Wellington Fire Protection District and the Poudre Fire Authority, and is part of a mutual aid plan with 10 different fire districts. So a little bit about this project. Platte River Power Authority, or PRPA, is a not-for-profit, community-owned public power generation and transmission utility that provides energy and services to the Colorado communities of Estes Park, Fort Collins, Longmont, and Loveland for delivery to their distribution utility customers. PRPA owns and operates Rawhide Energy Station, which is located 9 miles north of Wellington. The applicants have indicated that the intent is that the new dispatchable turbines will complement renewable energy generation on an as-needed, on-demand basis when accounting for wind and solar source output. I will note that an evaluation of the Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, developed by PRPA is not part of this application. The IRP must be filed with the Western Area Power Authority, or Administration, which is WAPA, and is approved by PRPA's Board of Directors, not Larimer County. So this is a site plan, and I know it's a little bit hard to read, but to the left of the image is the existing coal plant, and the coal is sort of in the northwest corner. Everywhere outlined in pink is proposed to be the subject area, and you'll see sort of existing turbines just east of that in the not pink area. We do have some site photos. So right now, the site that is going to be subject potentially to the new turbines is actually the existing fire training area. So it's already developed. It's primarily gravel with fencing around it and some fire training resources on site, as well as, I believe, a stormwater pond. So in this photo, you can see sort of the existing surface area of that location. In the background, you can see some of the existing turbines, and this would be converted to the new turbine location. And this is a photo of the existing turbines with the potential site just sort of in front of us for the new turbines. And again, this is sort of the general area that the photos were taken from. This is a visual simulation provided by the applicant of what that might look like moving forward. And you can see some of the turbine infrastructure in the background, but it's quite small. As I mentioned, the application process is quite lengthy. So in this case, a pre-application meeting was held almost a year ago on April 16th of 2024. The applicant then held a neighborhood meeting on August 14th, 2024 at the Wellington High School with notice provided by the applicant via postcards to all property owners within 3 miles of the Rawhide Energy Station, as well as event flyers and community locations in the town of Wellington. A pre-submission meeting was held on August 29th, 2024 with the county staff, and an application was subsequently submitted on October 17th, 2024. The application was then deemed complete after staff review on December 13th, 2024, and it went to Planning Commission on February 12th, 2025, and with the Planning Commission recommending approval on a 5-4 vote. So what did we review as part of that application? In this case, the submittal checklist that was requested at the initial pre-application conference was quite lengthy. And I won't read through everything on this list, but we'll note that there were extensive technical studies that were submitted as part of this application. Subsequent to that application being submitted, I will note that Platt River Power Authority did provide various memorandums with responses based on community member comments and also comments from referral agencies as well. Community notice was provided to property owners and residents within 500 feet of the subject property, and Platt River Power Authority also provided their own postcard notice to adjacent landowners and residents. Notice was provided by posting in the designated area of the county building, by posting on the Larimer.gov website, through a press release, through the newspaper publication in the Coloradoan. And we're trying something a little bit new with these 1041 applications, which is actually developing a public input website, which in this case was quite successful. So what did we hear as of March 10th? And as I noted, sort of the 2 diagrams on this are actually from the public input website. So it allowed us to see where commenters were coming from, whether they were using the postcard link or using our website or other sources to take a look. So we had, I think it's actually over the 896 views now, but approximately 100 participants on that website, 60 responses and 121 comments, and 10 people subscribed to that. So we had great engagement on that tool. We received sort of mixed feedback from those both opposed or those in favor of. Those opposed primarily had concerns related to the use of additional natural gas, air quality, and the desire to become carbon neutral by 2030. And many of those in favor indicated that they supported the need for consistent and reliable power, ensuring protection of environment, but balancing financial responsibility and reliability, and taking steps to decommission the existing coal plant. We did send this application to 22 referral agencies, and out of those, 10 agencies responded. So the ones on this list are those that did respond, and those referral comments are part of your packet. I will note that we did provide a referral out to the city of Fort Collins, the town of Wellington, and Weld County due to the proximity. However, we did not notify Loveland, Estes Park, or Longmont, just because they're out of our typical radius for notice. And this is a list of those that did not respond. So what did we hear from our referral agencies? They requested conditions of approval from Larimer County Natural Resources and Weed Management, Larimer County Engineering, Larimer County Environmental Planning, Larimer County Health and Environment, and Poudre Fire Authority, all of which have been included as the conditions of approval recommended by staff. We did receive comments from the City of Fort Collins. However, we mostly took those comments into consideration as it is located outside of the growth management area, and most of those were applicable more so to something in the growth management area. But we did incorporate them as we could in those conditions of approval. I will note also that the applicant will be required to comply with all applicable state requirements, including those of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, including any required air permits. And applicant responses have been provided and related conditions of approval incorporated. The review criteria for 1041 permits can be quite lengthy, so there's 22 of them, but they can be divided primarily into 10 themes, which include resources of state and national significance, neighborhoods and property, environmental resources, public safety, county planning and IGAs, which is an intergovernmental agreement, Article 4 development standards, adequate public facilities and services, environmental health and hazards, response to referral agencies, and technical and financial feasibility of project and mitigation. In this case, I'm not going to read through all 22 of the review criteria, but I will focus on a couple of them, and I will also be asking my colleague Leah Schneider to present on a couple different aspects as well. So in this case, staff did determine that there will be relatively low impacts to property held by others, given that this is an existing site in an existing location with a fairly large land holding. And it's not currently subject to any intergovernmental agreements that would affect this particular decision. The applicant did provide a sort of an evaluation of alternatives, including what that could look like, and additional information has also been provided in your packet. And the proposal is technically and financially feasible, given the applicant's necessary expertise and financial capability. At this point, I would also note that criteria E is quite lengthy in itself. It includes air quality, surface water quality, and stream and river health, groundwater quality, and various other environmentally focused requirements. And I will turn it over to Leah Schneider to talk about air quality a little bit more.
Okay, I have to apologize. My throat is very dry, so this may take a little bit. Okay, first slide. All right, in this case, we're demonstrating, so the non-attainment area is highlighted here in red on the right side. And then all the blue dots are sources of air pollution in our area. Note that Platt River Power is just outside the ozone non-attainment area. They do operate under a Title V permit as a major source. As part of this process, they do have to submit an air pollution emission notice, and they did submit that last summer to the Air Pollution Control Division. And then as part of that application, they also had to submit air dispersion modeling. This is to determine how emissions from the new turbines under various scenarios, along with existing emissions, will interact in that area and how they would impact our air quality. So as of last October, Air Pollution Control Division's dispersion modeling unit found that the modeling analysis conducted by Ramble is satisfactory and demonstrates the proposed project will not cause a modeled violation of any of EPA's National Ambient Air Quality Standards, also known as NAAQS, which are the thresholds for pollutants to protect public health. The application is now under review with the Air Pollution Control Division's engineering department. And then as part of that, they're going to evaluate the emissions, set the operating scenarios and permit recommendations, and they'll also evaluate uncontrolled potential to emit emissions that can be set as part of the permit. And people need to understand that the potential to emit is kind of your worst case scenario. Potential to emit emission thresholds in the permit or just in this evaluation process could be either equivalent or less than the permit thresholds that are, well, the thresholds that are set up in the Air Pollution Control Division permit. These thresholds, from our experience working with several of our air pollution sources here in Larimer County, we found that the PTEs are much higher than the actual emissions reported due to the fluctuating demand. So in the case of Platte River Power, Summers will most likely not result in electricity generation from the new renewables, or most likely from the renewables during the day, and then a little bit of gas turbines in the afternoon. Whereas in the wintertime, the gas is to supplement the renewables when they're not as reliable. So we'll have fluctuating emissions from summer to winter. And then even though EPR or Platte River Power is outside the EPA ozone non-attainment area, the major source is still held to state and federal regulations to protect air quality and ensure compliance with NAAQS. So for pollution sources within the ozone non-attainment area, as shown in the red boundaries here again on the map, a lower threshold is mandated by EPA, along with specific requirements for the lowest achievable emission rate based on the ozone non-attainment classification. And this is because pollutants released in the non-attainment area will most likely contribute to ozone, whereas those on the outside have most likely will not contribute as much. Next slide, please. And then just a little bit of background on EPA's evaluations for non-attainment boundaries. As you know, Weld County was reevaluated and the whole county was put into non-attainment. And at that time, Northern Larimer County was also reviewed and still remained outside of the non-attainment area. This was due to the lack of pollution sources shown on this map. You can see there's orange squares, or whatever they want to call them. Those are our over 100 tons per year emission sources. So these are our big major sources, Title V's in Colorado. And as you can see, Larimer County has about 4. But Weld County to the east of us has several, and then several of the little stars are just under 100 tons per year. So still significant sources, but a mixture of small and large sources. So the large, when comparing Larimer and Weld, as you can see, so many emission sources, one of the things that EPA looked at, just for example, would be emissions such as nitrogen oxides emitted from these sources. And when they looked at all of Larimer County, including Platte River, as well as all of Weld County, just for example, they showed that 31,000 tons per year of NOx is generated out of Weld County, and then Larimer County is only about 79, not only, but still producing 7,900 tons per year, which is still significant, but almost a third or less than Weld County. So next slide. So meteorology is another important factor when EPA is looking at our non-attainment areas, and these are just graphics that many of you have probably seen before. During the summer months, we do have less westerly winds as shown here. Most of it is like stagnant weather, so we don't have quite the wind pattern that most people expect from the north coming down to the south. This is just showing all those sources that you saw in that non-attainment area, especially Greeley. During stagnant days, we just have this thermal drive across to the west, and it pulls all the pollutants from Greeley in, and they heavily impact our Fort Collins West monitor. Okay, next slide, please. And just see, and the meteorology concept has been a big part of ozone modeling with the Regional Air Quality Council, but they're also starting to look at climate change as part of a factor. So in these pie charts, this is just kind of demonstrating some of our sources of ozone in Larimer, or it's the ozone precursors. Oh, sorry, I'm just so tired. This is from the Regional Air Quality Council, and these are just pie charts demonstrating large sectors that contribute to our ozone formation. So the pie charts on the left, those are our largest contributors in Colorado. So electric generating facilities are included in this, and that's coal and gas facilities. They contribute about 10% from 2016 inventories, and then reduced approximately 5% for 2026. And this is based on coal units as they go into as they are closed, going into decommission. The pie charts on the right, these are specific to each monitor. So in the lower right-hand corner, that's our Fort Collins West monitor. And we've shown that energy generating units are less than 4% contributed to our 10 highest ozone days. Oil and gas and light duty traffic, as well as heavy duty traffic, are significant sources and take up more than half of that pie chart. Okay, and we do have a significant deadline coming up. We have to maintain ozone below 70 parts per million by August 3rd in 2027. So this is pretty significant for Regional Air Quality Council. They, in this process, they want to make sure that any new sources that are coming online are not going to jeopardize their chances. And as Platte River Power is coming in, if approved, their construction would start in 2026, and then potentially construction through 27 with operation. So they have a significant interest in trying to evaluate what impact the new turbines, along with the varying other sources on the site, will contribute to ozone formation. But they are finding that more climate change is impacting, like weather. We have higher temperatures as well as like more wildfires. So reducing our greenhouse gases is also another significant factor that we have to consider. And for that, next slide, this is just demonstrating some of the plans underway. So on the right, you have Colorado's greenhouse gas implementation plan. So as of 2005, these were all of the emissions. These are some of your significant plants, like Excel is the orange. Black Hills is kind of an aqua up there up the top. And you'll see Platte River is the bright blue on the bottom. And these are their 2005 emissions for greenhouse gas. But as you see, by 2030, even with the gas turbines, they are still well below emissions for the greenhouse gas predictions. And this is after their plant closes. On the left, you'll see this article from the Colorado Sun. And this has the last plant is actually Comanche and El Paso, but in 2029, Rawhide will be part of that closure and will contribute to that reduced greenhouse gas plan that Colorado has implemented. I think that's it.
Thanks, Leah. So with that, I do just want to address that you'll hear the words or you'll read the words in our staff report a lot that as it appears or staff are of the opinion that. That's based on the fact that staff are doing the best that we can to review the technical documentation, but it's entirely based on the information that we are provided. So we are reviewing that documentation based on our expertise, and that is why you'll see that phrase sort of throughout the document. It's based on the fact that that's the best that staff have determined based on that information provided. So based on Leah's information and based on her review of this file, staff did feel that criteria E was met, as well as some other criteria that I'll go through that speak to public health and safety, such as criteria K. And staff didn't feel that it would create any sort of risk of significant damage or harm to human life or structures based on natural hazards. We felt that there were adequate public facilities and services based on the review of Article 4 development standards. And we did feel that this would actually have a positive impact on local governments to provide services or exceed or would not exceed the capacity of service delivery systems. And I'm happy to go back if there's any questions about any specific criteria, but it is quite lengthy. So it's addressed in more detail in your agenda packet. I do want to touch on criteria V, which is the recommendations of staff and referral agencies have been addressed to the satisfaction of county commissioners. Obviously, this criteria is up to the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners, but staff did feel that the proposed conditions of approval would address the concerns or any outstanding concerns raised by staff or referral agencies, both internal and external. In this case, given that this is a power plant, there are additional criteria contained in our land use code related in Article 10.10.1 related specific to those facilities. So in this case, criteria A is the project design and location, so that proposed transmission facilities have been identified and included as part of the power plant project, which is true in this case. And based on what Leah just mentioned, the facility site or expansion area is not within an area with the general meteorological or climatological conditions, which would unreasonably interfere with or obstruct normal operations and maintenance. Criteria B speaks to hazardous substances. So staff didn't feel that the proposed project will present an unreasonable risk of exposure to or release of toxic or hazardous substances within the impact area based on the following considerations. Criteria C relates to the project impact. Staff again felt that these criteria had been met. And criteria D, if the purpose and need for the proposed project are to meet the needs of an increasing population within the county, the area and community development plans and population trends clearly demonstrate a need for such development. County staff did feel that there is an increasing population trend in the county that would demonstrate this need. This particular power project is not required to meet criteria E, which is specific to wind power plants. So based on all of that talking, and based on a review of the submitted documentation, the Article 4 development standards, Article 10.9.1 criteria for all 1041 permits, which is the 22 review criteria, and the Article 10.10.1 additional criteria for power plants being the 5 criteria, staff have found that the proposed PRPA Rawhide 1041 permit application satisfies all of those applicable criteria, as discussed in detail in the related staff report, subject to the implementation of the conditions of approval as recommended by staff. Why conditions of approval? This is primarily to guide the technical review process and to bridge any gap between the project and the criteria. It also clarifies how the project would be implemented and operated and provides some control in those regards. So we have proposed 32 conditions of approval, which I'm not going to go into in great detail, but again is contained in your packet. But it's broadly broken into 4 sort of aspects, which is just 1, general conditions related to very standard types of conditions for 1041 applications. We also have health specific conditions, including fugitive emissions during construction, turbine construction and overall operational noise, air quality and hazardous materials. We also have engineering conditions related to construction and post-construction, such as roadways, drainage and erosion control, and the maintenance and closeout. And then the last bucket is sort of number 4, which is wildlife and vegetation conditions. So this is a very broad couple of conditions that include a number of aspects, primarily related to City of Fort Collins comments and the comments from our environmental planner. I do have a suggested motion, which is that I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the application for a 1041 permit for the Platt River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit, file number 24-zone 3715, subject to the conditions of approval recommended by staff. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Cassidy. Any questions? Commissioner Kafalis, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cassidy and Leah. My first question, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that you proactively addressed some of the questions I had regarding language. Maybe we'll hear more about that and how this process works. I want people to, I think it's important for folks to understand the package that we received about less than a week ago had 926 pages in it. Over 500 of those pages, I believe, were dedicated to this discussion item that is before us. And we are commissioners, we are not technical experts. And so we do our best to read through all that. We do our best to read all the public comments and the reports, but we rely on subject matter experts. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear that in the process where we are looking for completeness of the application, that people who know about these things better than we do are looking at them carefully based on the information that's provided. So thank you for doing all that. A question that I have is one for you, and I'm sorry, I probably won't have Leah get off the hook a little bit here, but on the matter of the technical review process, I understand why we have that in place. I understand that we have 32 conditions of approval, but how do we as commissioners know that those conditions of approval have been met? There's a lot of stuff that needs to go through that process. For example, the City of Fort Collins, their environmental planner, provided 29 comments. I know that the Platte River Power Authority folks responded to that. But how are we to know that these things are being taken care of? And if there is a gap or there is a problem, what does that do to the process? Thank you.
Absolutely, and I'll maybe start with the second half of your question first, which is that if any of those conditions were not met, the project could not move forward. The conditions are typically written in a way that allows for someone to review it based on their technical expertise and determine that it satisfies the need as set out in that condition. So you'll see a couple of different examples in there that it says to the satisfaction of, and then either a referral agency or a staff member, to ensure that not only is something submitted like a revised technical document or something more specific now that they've decided to move ahead if they were approved, but it allows staff to review that and ensure that it meets our needs. And if it didn't meet our needs, then they either need to revise it further to meet our needs or they could not proceed.
May I continue?
Yes, of course.
Just a little bit of dialogue, and then we can see other folks. I believe you answered the second part. And just to follow up on that, to offer an example, let's see. So one of the reports that our friends at Platt River Power Authority provided had to do with hazardous materials, impact analysis, and I think the technical review of the condition of approval is that needed to be updated. And I'm remembering, doing my best here, folks, I'm remembering that one of the comments made by the city of Fort Collins regarding the matter of storing NH3 ammonia on site, aqueous, so that at one point I thought, what state of matter will that ammonia be in? But I think I know now. Bear with me, please. There was a question raised, I think, by the city of Fort Collins regarding how that ammonia will get to those storage tanks, the transportation of that ammonia. So I offer that as an example. How would that be handled? In terms of what you just described. Does that make sense, Cassidy?
It does, and I appreciate your memory on that.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts.
That was so the city of Fort Collins environmental planner, so that particular instance, there was some clarification provided after that those comments were received around the state of that ammonia and what that would mean, which I believe addressed a large number of their comments and concerns. But to your point about how does the Board of County Commissioners know that the conditions set out in the conditions of approval are actually met? If they were not met, then permits would not be issued. Does that make sense?
And yes, it does, and we would be made aware of that.
Correct.
Just so the commission is aware, section 10.15.2 includes the ability of the commissioners to revoke the permit. So if they're not complying with what they're supposed to comply with, you can suspend their permit or you could revoke it. So there is a provision to do that.
May I just do one more follow-up and then
Of course.
let go, and other folks may want to share the love here a little bit. And that is, so on that point, historically, how often is a matter brought back to the commissioners because a condition of approval was not met and there needed to be further discussion or more time to work on that, or perhaps adjust or revoke the approval? I don't recall that happening ever.
That is a great question. I don't think I've been here long enough to answer that question, but I would look to maybe either our county attorneys or Director Ellis.
Well, I don't know that I can speak. I'm not aware that it's happened very often, but the process would be like it is with any other permit that we have. A complaint would be made. We would look into the complaint. There's in that section I just quoted, 10.15.2, we have to give them notice of the complaint. They have a time to correct it. And then if it was going to get suspended or revoked, it would come back to the board for a hearing on whether to suspend or revoke it. I'm not aware of doing that on a 1041 here, but that could happen. We do it in other land use contexts, and we have done it in other land use contexts, but I'm not aware of one in a 1041 context.
Thank you, colleagues, and I'll pause at the moment, but then I do have a few more questions for staff when it is my turn again.
Okay. Commissioner Shannon McNally, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For now, Cassie, first question, and if you go back to one of your first slides, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Beginning of the application slides or
Your presentation. So, couple slides in past what our 1041s. Yeah, right. Couple more. Right there. Okay, so that project information, the last bulleted item, can you expand on that a little bit more for me? Why that's there and why you highlighted that?
Absolutely. So that was something that was added between Planning Commission and this hearing. Given the amount of public feedback that we received regarding questions about Platte River Power Authority's Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, and a number of questions surrounding sort of who needs to look at that and review it and approve it. And there seemed to be either a misunderstanding or a desire that Larimer County would review and approve that document, but that is not the process to review and approve that document, which goes to WAPA and is actually approved by the Platte River Power Authority's Board of Directors. So I felt that that was useful information to share, just to clarify sort of the roles and responsibilities as it pertains to the IRP.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. I apologize. On page 782 of our packet, there was a concern with some of our staff about the noxious, and I'm going to bounce back to this, but forgive me. I just got the pages marked a certain way. 782 talking about Platte River further commits to the following conditions of approval during and after construction about that Larimer County may inspect the project site for adherence to the noxious weed management plan and to survey for new weed populations. Is that a timeline on that, or is that ongoing?
That would be ongoing. That specific wording was requested by Natural Resources, just to cover off sort of current and potential future standards.
And so would that have to be, so that's ongoing, that they commit to that we wouldn't have to go through the process where we give them permission to go on if they don't comply with that? So that they would submit to allowing staff to come on when requested to do a survey and
Correct.
Okay. All right. So back to now to Leah, I think. Sorry, Leah. Should have took their notes there. When you talked about your first part of your presentation about the meeting the rack and the non-attainment zone, and can you go back to? I don't know if you have that slide. It's hard to see exactly where it is on the map.
Is this?
Now that one? Yeah. Is it the little orange square up there near the county line? That one?
Oh, you can't. Oh, she can't see your cursor. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. You see it just on the inside of our border.
Yeah. Okay. So when you talked about, even though it's not in the attainment zone, it had to still meet a certain pollution control permit or something. Could you expand on that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, and I understand a lot of people are concerned because this is permitted outside the non-attainment area, and I think that's probably where you're kind of going to. Just because it's outside the non-attainment area does not mean they get away with certain factors. It's just that when we have sources within the non-attainment area, those are the ones that are truly going to contribute to ozone, and we know, so we keep setting the limits lower and lower under EPA guidance. And then in the northern portion of Larimer County, these, though they may not be part of, they're still an emitting source, even whether you're 25 tons or 100 tons or whatever you may be a year. You still have to make sure that you meet the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, and those are set thresholds to protect the public's health, just, the air quality for what we breathe and things like that. And ozone, being outside that ozone non-attainment doesn't give them any other, freedoms in a sense, but if you are in the non-attainment area, they know you'll contribute. So there are some criteria to get the lowest achievable in that sense, because when you are over 25 tons per year, you will contribute to our ozone because of those 5 factors that EPA has for determining non-attainment areas.
Great. Okay, thank you. You're off the hook for a little bit. Back to Cassidy. All right, so Natural Resources had some comments, of course, with noxious weed. That site is, because I'm up there a lot, I know exactly, it's in view site of where it's at. There is some, I'm trying to remember, as you can see, I have tons of little sticky notes here. It's a very sensitive site with archaeological and open space and other migratory birds and all kinds of things. So can you, 2 questions, just to help me so I can not have to flip through all these sticky notes. First, did Natural Resources, Fort Collins or Larimer County, because they share those open spaces, have any concerns about migratory bird disruption or the increased air quality issues for the wildlife habitat, since that is a very critical habitat area? And I can show that on Codex, and Trex, so I can show it. It's dark blue, so.
Yeah, and I can start this. I would maybe turn it over to Scott in case I miss anything. But it's my understanding that from a migratory bird perspective, we will evaluate it a little bit further through technical review if it were approved, just to ensure that there were no impacts on their pathways, although none were flagged sort of up front. And it is our understanding that Platte River Power Authority has begun sort of re-aiming some of the existing lights on site to help address sort of dark sky lighting concerns. As far as wildlife and air quality, there were no direct links made to my knowledge in the comments. But again, realistically, we were looking at sort of an existing site that is being used and has been developed for that fire training area rather than a greenfield site with, existing wildlife populations in that specific area, not the broader project site, which is the almost 5,000 acres. But we did request additional information to be provided through technical review to ensure that there were no negative impacts in that regards.
Kind of add to that.
Oh, and
So-
Leah has additional information too.
Yeah, and I'm sure just to beg that second part of that question, you read my mind. Of course, you knew I was going to ask the question. We just approved new night sky things. They're really important to me, I know to the whole board, but does this application have to follow those new night sky? Or because the application started before we approved those, do we know if they're going to?
It's my understanding that they would meet our new standards. I don't believe that there's an existing lighting plan on site, but they have indicated that they would be willing to submit a lighting plan or a photometric plan in that regards, and that is included as a condition to help address that.
Okay, that's what I thought. I saw that as a condition. I just wanted the public to talk about. That's all I have for right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cavales.
Yes. Is there anything you'd like to? You'll give me another shot at it?
Yeah, I'm going to give you another shot at it.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back to a comment raised by Commissioner Shattuck McNally on the matter of that it's not our charge to evaluate the 2024, I believe, integrated resource plan that WAPA, the Western, yes, that one, that they're the ones that approve it. I understand all that. So my question is, as it relates to a specific review criteria, I mean, we can ask questions about that.
That's correct.
Then thank you. couple of questions for our Health and Environment representative for Leah. So perhaps you could expand on, I think the memo that you provided for the packet was January 20th of this year. And a couple of the comments you made, and maybe the applicant will get into this more, but the existing gas turbines will serve as backup to the proposed new aeroderivative turbines. Did I not write that down correctly? Well, then I'll shift gears a little bit. So, but I do believe in that memo, it's apparently the pages in the hard copy do not align with the pages in the electronic version, but that may be me. I think that you commented on the climate impact analysis that, and this is a fundamental question that I have for the applicants when we get there, is that, as I understand it, if this is approved, construction of the proposed new turbines, the aeroderivative gas turbines, would begin in 2026, would be operational in 2028. There would be a 2-year overlap before Unit 1, the coal-fired plant, is retired, and I'm hoping you'll help me understand what it means to retire a coal-fired power plant. But over that 1 to 2 year overlap, there will be increases in greenhouse gas emissions. I think it's stated in the memo, and there will be additional air pollutants during that period. Would you care to expand on that?
Yeah, in that case, I mean, that is in worst case scenario where everything is operating 24 hours. So we could see an increase in emissions from the site overall. But if you really, I'm sure the applicant probably is going to kind of explain how power works and, the demand from renewables versus gas versus their coal and things like that. But it fluctuates so much that it is unlikely that we will have everything on site operating 100%. So that would be a worst case scenario estimate, saying that we would increase emissions significantly during those overlap years.
All right, thank you. Just a couple of more things, and then I may have a question for our county attorney, from folks in the county attorney's office. And that, and this might be one for the applicants, but trying to make sense of, I guess the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has a modeling, it's provided in a modeling checklist report with a lot of charts and all sorts of things. And apparently initially their evaluation was based on 6 proposed turbines. And I think one of the conditions of approval has to do with explaining what the difference might be in terms of potential emissions, 5 versus 6. Is that right, Leah?
Correct. They had originally kind of they thought in their planning that they needed the 6, but they actually found out they don't need all 6. So they kind of explained that in some of their resubmittal comments, if you guys have seen that. And they can talk a little bit more about that too during their presentation if you guys want. But yeah, we did notice that. So it will be even less emissions than what was initially noted.
Okay. Last question for Leah. And then a quick one for Frank. And that is, I appreciate the explanation earlier with the charts and parts per million and all that. But from a layperson's perspective, given that the Rawhide power plant is located outside, it's in the non-attainment area, is outside the non-attainment area north, what it is emitting, does that contribute to the fact that we are in I don't know if it's serious or severe, help me with that, non-attainment area? Does the stuff coming out of this, well, certainly the coal-fired plant will be retired in 2 years. Does that stuff come down here?
Yeah, as you saw in the pie charts, there is still, it's modeled that power generation is actually contributing about to 4% of our ozone on those worst case days. So it's not that it's disappearing in its own area out there in the non-attainment, but it is contributing, but it's just not one of our significant sources. And Regional Air Quality Council will be reevaluating with the new turbines coming online, which are a little more efficient, obviously going to be less emitting than the coal-fired unit, but yes, those still, anything in the area could contribute. It's just how significant it contributes, and that will be assessed.
Wouldn't it also depend on wind conditions?
It could, and typically our meteorology, though, like I showed in those slides, it's our summertime when our ozone season is significant between May and October, or May and September. That's when we kind of have more stagnant winds and we have less winds coming out of the west. So that's where most of our pollutants come from Weld County. And that's why Larimer County's ozone monitors were so heavily influenced by volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides from the oil and gas industry. And then as well, we have a highway. So that's the other light duty and heavy duty traffic contributors.
Okay, then last question for Frank. And that is, could you please explain how in these land use hearings we operate in a quasi-judicial manner and say a little bit about ex parte communication? And also, I mean, historically, since I've been around, there's been criticism. Why do the applicants get more time and the public gets less time? And they're not able, we've developed procedures, protocols, trying to make this as fair as possible. Could you say a word or two about that before we continue?
Sure thing, Commissioner. And just so, I guess to remind folks, we do have our processes are outlined on the website, and we do run these in what's called a quasi-judicial manner, meaning judicial like a judge. You're sitting as a quasi-judicial board, meaning you're sitting not in a legislative action, but hearing a particular application for a particular applicant, meaning that you have to abide by certain rules about communicating ex parte outside, just like you can't have a judge who's going out and meeting about something outside of the courtroom. This is the hearing at which the information needs to take place because it's a quasi-judicial hearing. Much like a courtroom, the applicant has the burden of proof. It is the applicant's responsibility to demonstrate that they have met all of the requirements, which is why the applicant gets the final say, because they have an opportunity to rebut the information presented by everybody else, which is what happens when you're in a courtroom also. And so that's sort of the general process, in all of the counties. I mean, I worked in Weld County, and in the other counties I'm aware of, it works the same. That's how it works everywhere, so that we afford that same procedure. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Shadegg, any other questions? Commissioner, are you done with questions for staff?
I think so.
I'll ask just one question that didn't come up during the presentation, but was brought up several times in the packet. The PFAS, the situation with building on a former site of where fire, training had been done, and where I guess water wasn't always used, chemical retardants were used for fire suppression, and those left the PFAS, or people call them forever chemicals. And what is can you remind me, and there again, with reading 500 pages, I know that cleanup and remediation is required, and CDPHE will be doing that. That happens before any ground is broken. Is that how that works?
Correct. They're actually in communications and working on their materials management plan, and that's for the PFAS contaminated soil. And then they already have monitoring wells in place, a new one along with their existing ones, just to see where the PFAS have gotten into groundwater. And it's all still contained within their area on site. But yeah, I did have communications with CDPHE and specifically talked about this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Shadegg-McNabb.
I just want to thank you for asking that question. I did have that question. I was just going to leave it for later, but certainly with my national work with energy, environment, energy, and land use steering committee, that's a big issue and question is the PFAS, because we don't want to see local governments kind of stuck with that mitigation issue. So thank you for asking that question, Commissioner.
And Chair Stevens, if I may, I just have 2 points of clarification from previous questions. So one is that Article 10.14.1 does allow for either a technical revision that could be addressed through staff to any of the conditions or the 1041 permit, or there's it returns back to the Board of County Commissioners for a permit amendment, which is sort of that higher level, but the director, community development director, makes that determination at that point in time. And then the second one, just as it pertains to lighting and also the structures on site, is that I do just want to mention that Platte River Power Authority is their own permitting authority, so they don't come to us for building permits, but they have been working with us in respect to lighting and structures on site as well. They also have approached us about the fire training area or mediation as well, although no work has begun yet.
Can you just dive a little bit deeper into their own being their own permitting authority? What is that? So what would they have jurisdiction over then?
Yeah,
with
so
regard to
they
that?
historically, Platte River Power Authority has a very different sort of governance or jurisdictional lines maybe than most typical applications. So it's one of the pages of your packet has a list of all of the previous approvals on site dating back to when the Rawhide coal unit was first established. And there are a variety. There was an IGA in place for a while. There was an MOU in place. So there's different agreements that they've entered into with the county to address certain development standards on site and development in general on site as far as it relates to their activities. However, because they are governed by so many different state and federal level regulations, they are largely sort of on their own as it turns into sort of building permits. They do still need to go through this process or other similar processes like location and extents to establish uses on site as far as land use goes. But once it gets past sort of the 1041 permit or the L&E approval, then it moves into they're responsible for their own construction as it pertains to state and federal regulations. I believe they would still need to adhere to the building code, but it's just not governed by us.
Thank you for explaining that. Any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner.
So just to go back quickly on the PFAS issue and the remediation, I think there was a bit of a discrepancy in some of the information regarding whether or not there will be monitoring of groundwater and whether or not wells will be drilled. Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, they already, let's see. Let me look through my notes. I did. They have 4 more monitoring wells installed since their original monitoring plan. But as part of their burying waste on site, you guys are familiar with the fly ash and some of the ash that's produced from the coal unit that gets buried on site. So they have a significant amount of water wells or water monitoring wells in the area. And I can't remember the total. I did have it at one point, but it is in the double digits. And there is one that's specifically near the PFAS site, and they are continually monitoring. They have to have that water tested frequently, and CDPHE is watching those thresholds, and they're the ones that have said that the plume is contained on site. And then the soil that's contaminated, that'll have to be scooped up, stored in stockpiles, and then it'll have to be disposed with an approved facility.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Thank you, staff, for answering all our questions and for the presentation. We will now move over to the applicant presentation. So I would ask the applicant, it looks like you're going to come forward even though you have a nice panel there and microphones. And we have allotted 15 minutes for your presentation. And so I will ask you to begin, and we will start timing you once you begin your presentation. And when you speak, if you would introduce yourselves.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioners. I'm just trying to get the IT to cooperate at the moment.
We can potentially, is this some?
Or can I be made a presenter, I guess, or no?
And because you're a tall fellow, I'm hoping you will Either,
I struggled with the microphone earlier, but I will try and angle upwards.
Please.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seems to be working. Okay. All right. Thank you, County Commissioners. My name is Matt Tribby. I'm with Platt River Power Authority. I've been with the company for roughly 7 years. Before we get into our presentation, I'd like to allow my colleagues and consultant support to introduce themselves as well.
I'm Jeremy Call with Logan Simpson and Javier Camacho with Platt River Power Authority.
And I'm Chris Wood, Senior Manager of Environmental Compliance for Platt River Power Authority.
And I'm Jay Stepanski from Platt River Power Authority.
Yeah, Molly Vincent with Platt River Power Authority.
All right. Well, thank you again for your time and consideration on a very important project for Platt River Power Authority. We'll start that this is a project at the Rawhide Energy Station. It's designated the Generation Transition Project because that's what it is. It's a energy transition that we're making that will be one of the most critical times that Platte River's ever had. I do want to just reinforce that we are a not-for-profit, as county staff have indicated, and we are community-owned, meaning we are owned by our 4 owner communities of Estes Park, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Longmont. So we're going to talk a little bit of just what the project is and why we are here, and then we can provide a little bit of support material as to how we've gotten to this decision. So we are proposing the installation of 5 simple cycle natural gas fired aeroderivative turbines, and that's a lot of technical terminology. Aeroderivative is actually a very fancy term of saying a jet engine, literally, and so the type of technology you would see on a commercial airliner, that is the technology we're proposing to add. Companies such as General Electric and others are being able to provide these type of technologies, and will explain why they are so advantageous as a resource to supplement and support the intermittency that more solar, more wind, more renewables are going to create on our grid in the future. In addition to the gas turbines, we've got substation and infrastructure upgrades. So you can imagine we can make the electrons, but we also need to make sure that they are on the proper wires and they get to the infrastructure at our substation and gets it onto the greater grid. And a couple of points that I really wanted to highlight is this is a project that allows other major projects that are running in parallel to occur. One of those being an expansion of our renewable energy sources up to 760 megawatts. So this technology is added as a complement to the additional renewables that we'll be including into our portfolio to follow the initiatives and some of the things we'll discuss tonight. The reason we're going in this path, this project allows us to take that path and protect the pillars that are so the pillars of Platte River Power Authority and what we operate under. And I think it kind of goes without saying how important and how critical reliable power is to anyone, but specifically Larimer County residents. This is the type of project that allows massive environmental impacts, but also making sure that at no time is reliability going to be compromised, that solar and wind can provide the power that natural environmental conditions allow. And if those conditions change for whatever reason, this technology allows the reliability to our owner communities in Larimer County to be solidified. So I will now hand it over to Javier to talk a little bit more about the IRP.
Well, good evening again, Commissioners, and thank you all again so much for your time and consideration on our 1041 land use permit application. Javier with Platte River Power Authority, and really the information on this slide is to really underscore the value and the importance that a utility needs to take when it's outlining its energy resource plan. For Platte River Power Authority, it is a practice that we have been doing for the five decades plus in the operations that we have been providing reliable, safe, and environmentally responsible and financially sustainable power to Northern Colorado. And as a customer of the Western Area Power Administration, WAPA, we purchase all of our hydropower allocations from them, and as part of that, relationship with WAPA, we outline that integrated resource plan. And so we are asked to provide that plan every 3 to 5 years. The last IRP we passed was the 2024 IRP, which was adopted and approved by our Platte River Community Board of Directors in July of last year. From there, we went ahead and submitted it to WAPA, which was successfully accepted and approved by WAPA. So that is a plan where we have a very long timeline in terms of how we actually engage with the community because of how technical this process is. One of the benefits of being a community-owned public power not-for-profit utility is how much we get to engage with the community, walking through the process in order to outline our energy resources and how we're going to meet that demand for our customers reliably and affordably here in this region. So we have a variety of different community engagement sessions throughout a 2-year period, beginning all the way back into the summer of 22. We serve 3 different counties in this northern Colorado region. So beyond Larimer, we also serve Weld and Boulder County. But here in Larimer County alone, we held over 40 presentations spanning a wide variety of different stakeholder groups, including councils that we serve from the 4 municipalities, their energy or sustainability boards, their neighborhood or civic organizations, and other various stakeholder and special interest groups, many of which you'll probably hear from tonight. But it's important that we engage with our community as we walk through this very technical process, really helping understand this intricate and long, complicated process in order to meet that growing energy demand. And it's something that we're proud to do every single cycle that we put forward a different integrated resource plan. So with that, the reason why we're here, of course, is part of that element of our 1041 application. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to my colleague, Jeremy, to walk through that.
Thank you. Staff already presented the project's compliance with the 1041 review criteria, and I won't attempt to cover them all again, but instead I'll focus on those that you'll see in blue. Those in blue are readily satisfied through careful siting on properties owned by the county as heavy industrial on a brownfield site that was previously used for energy activities. And so that means that we can really focus the rest of the presentation on just 4 criteria: the alternatives considered, environmental and natural resources, health and safety, and the project's purpose and need. We appreciate very much staff's third-party review that they gave the application, along with 10 referral agencies, who, including Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the Air Quality Pollution Division, and the county's third-party consultants. Their independent review of the materials found, and I'll quote, that there will be no impacts to surface water quality and stream and river health, groundwater quality, the ecological and functional health of wetlands and riparian areas, terrestrial and aquatic animal life, terrestrial and aquatic plant life, soils and geological conditions, not exceed state air quality thresholds, and will not significantly degrade the environment or natural resources. And so to place this project in context in terms of why that finding can be so readily made, you can see that here north of 9 miles north of Wellington is the locally owned Rawhide power plant station, and those 5 air derivative turbines would mirror the 5 existing combustion turbines or CT turbines that are of a similar height, size, scale, lighting, etc. They're surrounded by, on all 4 sides, other energy facilities like the coal-fired power plant, coal-fired unit 1, a substation, Tesla batteries, 500 acres of solar, and a transmission line that brings in 225 megawatts of wind energy from southern Wyoming. So the alternative analysis found that the site was selected based on land availability, minimal site constraints, the availability of roads and utilities, the proximity to existing electrical infrastructure, and the site enhances the Platte River's ability to deliver energy across the region to the 40 municipalities and 80% of Larimer County residents. It also has security on the site. It reuses a site that affords future addition of green hydrogen infrastructure. All of this is to say that this is why the staff agree that the reasonable siting, design, and technology alternatives make this the best available alternative. Staff further stated, quote, that the selected option appears to be consistent with the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan and Land Use Code, would meet identified needs, and use established technologies and factors in cost and impact on the site, as well as on surrounding properties. And so this careful siting and alternatives analysis simplifies the VOCC's decision this afternoon, which is to approve the use of land according to the Land Use Code. And this is the one right location in a brownfield zoned for heavy industrial use, 1 mile from the closest residence with stringent air quality measures in place.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. So I'll move quickly through some of these other slides. And I think when looking specifically at review criteria 1C, what are the alternatives considered? And I will say that throughout this process leading up to us speaking with you tonight, we have evaluated every type of technology known that can create commercial level type of electricity. And as you can see in the chart, there's various ways to evaluate that. There's, can the source create energy? Meaning, can it do the work? Can it create the actual electrons? And then, does it have the power? Does it have the capacity? Can it, create that instantaneous energy? The grid is an instantaneous machine, right? It needs power that equals exactly what's being demanded of it in real time. There can never be any type of variations to that, otherwise we have challenges. So because the source have the ability to have the power and capacity to provide that instantaneous energy. And then does it have the flexibility? I think the future grid is going to look drastically different than what it has historically, meaning that you're going to have the majority of the sources producing electricity be dependent upon, again, environmental conditions, how much wind, how much solar, how much storage is available. So can we adapt? Can the grid, can the power sources adapt to the changes and the variations in the type of energy sources? And when we looked at all of those, natural gas was the source that allowed all of those priorities to be met, as well as aligning to the 3 pillars of Platte River Power, which is being able to provide reliable power, financially sustainable, and environmentally responsible. So I can speak a bit, being the air quality engineer, as to some of the environmental components. Quickly, we'll go through some of these pollutants, but as county staff have indicated, also running in parallel from a permitting and compliance path is we are in the queue and working with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to get an air construction permit. That is required in addition to the 1041 permit. We cannot start construction until both of those permits and then the associated technical review items from the county are achieved. And that process follows both state and federal policy to evaluate what type of emissions to what quantity, and then ultimately what impact to the regional airshed does that have, and does it meet the air quality standards that are established by both state and federal policy. And you can see that with this project coming on board, it allows Unit 1's retirement, and with Unit 1's retirement, well beyond 2030, you can see that Rawhide facilities emissions across the board are going down. And I think we're incredibly proud of that top bullet. We know at least an 80% reduction in carbon dioxide equivalent based on 2005 standard, which aligns to a lot of the state policy that we're working through as well. So I'll hand it back over to Javier.
So the need. At the end of the day, our responsibility as a public power electric utility is to serve power to our customers, to the community that we serve here. 365 days a year, 24/7, every single hour and minute of the day. And as we continue to implement more renewables onto our portfolio, we need to be able to serve that intermittency. This type of technology will allow us to be incredibly flexible because it will allow us to start and stop immediately. The moment that there's cloud cover on a beautiful sunny day, while a solar may not drop down to zero, it does create fluctuations, and customer demand may not respond to that same type of fluctuation. So we need to be able to have that type of technology to absorb that type of fluctuations within the system. So not only that start and stop, but that ramp up and ramp down, creating that balance that is so crucial to the infrastructure that carries our power to all the homes throughout northern Colorado, as well as our businesses. It also will allow us to again grow into our renewable and decarbonized portfolio. We're looking at a vast growth in terms of how much power we're going to be bringing on through our renewable sources. So in this image, what I want to draw your attention to is the fact that we have different sources of energy on our portfolio. Back in 2018, when our board put us on a path to decarbonize our portfolio, you could see from that blue, which represents our coal generation, that's what we call base load generation. You turn it on, you leave it on, and it serves the power that it's not meant to ramp up or ramp down. A vast majority of our power was served by that coal-fired generation. And in 12 years, we're going to be continuing to move towards a more decarbonized path with the technologies that are available to us today. As you can see, in 2030, the goal is to not only remove coal from our portfolio entirely, but also to serve baseload with those renewable resources. But we still need other resources in order to balance that out. And to wrap up our presentation, I'll go ahead and pass it over to Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Javier. So just to recap, the resource diversification policy that was adopted by our board of directors in 2018 set us on a path to decarbonization. And a large chunk of that's going to occur with Unit 1's retirement. The language is up on the presentation, but I do want to read it verbatim quickly, is that in the resource diversification policy, it was to proactively work toward the goal of reaching a 100% non-carbon resource energy mix by 2030, which is a very critical portion. The second part is just as critical, while maintaining Platte River's 3 pillars of providing reliable, environmentally responsible, and financially sustainable electricity and services. The project we have before you tonight is the only path forward that allows the reliability, environmental sustainability, or environmental responsibility, and financial sustainability to be protected and advanced. And we would ask for your approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, wow, good, very timely. I don't have to scold you at all or hit my, gavel or anything.
And I will say too, we're happy to answer questions on the presentation or what came up with county staff. We're happy to elaborate more on some.
I imagine that you're going to get some questions. So
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Commissioners, would anyone like to start with some questions? Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just go for a big one right off the bat, since it's kind of come up already today. So your IRP had to just be approved by your board of directors and submitted to WAPA, or I have that, hope I have that right. And so I saw that I read it in the Planning Commission minutes that kind of their concern about why you refuse to do it. And then on this page with a conclusion, seeing an independent review by NREL would probably reach the same conclusions. So if since this seems to be a source of concern from folks, why not just do it, just to show that it would reach the same conclusions? Just curious.
So thank you so much, Commissioner, for your question. And also, our CEO was also going to be introduced as well, but I'll just also call out the fact that our General Manager and CEO, Jason Frisbee, is also in the room. But to your question, we certainly have addressed that concern in that our board of directors are the ones who definitely consider and evaluate our IRP. But at this point, at this juncture, our IRP, which was successfully approved by our board of directors and has moved on to WAPA, which was fully accepted earlier this year, or late last year, actually. When we're looking at other evaluations, to your point, Commissioner, on the National Renewable Energy Lab, in terms of getting a third-party review, we're finding that utilities just across the country and also right here in the state of Colorado are landing with the same type of solution that is being identified, even by the National Renewable Energy Lab themselves. That those utilities, especially those that are on a more aggressive pathway to decarbonizing their portfolios, as we are certainly looking to the technologies that are not only going to continue to make reliability, but on a utility scale as well. And we're also keeping track on cost. Cost is going to be a huge factor as we make this. We want to make sure that it is not out of reach for any family or business that currently resides right here within our region. So understanding that the same conclusions are being made by utilities on the same path, by research labs like NREL, making the same conclusion that this is a bridge solution. We are certain that this is absolutely, after my colleague Matt Tribby showcased, we have taken a full evaluation of many different resources. This one will be the one that we ensure that is not exceeding affordability, which is incredibly important to our financial sustainability pillar. It is what allows us to retire coal by the end of the decade, which serves our environmental responsibility pillar. And most importantly, of course, is that reliability factor. At the end of the day, we not only serve power, but we're also part of the public health and safety industry just as much. People depend on this basic necessity.
Okay, I think I'll let my colleagues ask questions, and I'm going to reformulate my other question. Thank you.
Commissioner Cavallo, some questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, folks. So one of the items in the slide, purpose and need, supports non-carbon future. I certainly understand how, from your perspective, this is viewed as a way to transition to greater capacity regarding renewables, battery storage, wind and solar, the three main components. And also there's a reference to the design of this technology would allow for potential use of, quote, green hydrogen. So related to all of that, what assurances that we have, number one, that it's realistic to consider that type of conversion or mix? I'm not quite sure of the details. Also, with regard to ramping up the renewable energy capacity, I think what we currently have is what you stated, but maybe adding an additional capacity of 760 megawatts. How will that occur, and what assurances that can we have that that's the trajectory, that y'all will be pursuing, especially on the hydrogen thing? Because I think the public comments that we got, there's a level of skepticism about that. And then I have a few more, if that's all right.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. So the hydrogen transition is one that we're currently monitoring and being as ready as possible for when that technology matures. Like many other technologies, especially in the renewable energy in field, you're seeing drastic progress on many of these topics year in and year out. So I think to that point, there's kind of two topics with hydrogen. There's actually using it and then getting it and storing it. And so both of those have their pros and cons, but we are actively engaging with manufacturers such as GE with these aeroderivative turbines to ensure that when the time comes and the technology is mature enough, we will be ready to go and be able to implement it so that the carbon impact from these turbines are even greater reduced at future dates. To your other point about the non-carbon that we're adding. So if we kind of look at a 2020 baseline, if you ever, I think all three commissioners have been up to Rawhide. As you travel to Rawhide, you can kind of see the red dots blinking in the distance north of the facility. That is Roundhouse Wind Project. It's a 225 megawatt wind project that's been one of the most effective and efficient wind and non-carbon projects in the country, specifically for us. Its addition, along with additional solar at Rawhide, has allowed us to transition to that non-carbon goal. We are also engaged actively in what we call purchase power agreements with solar and wind providers. The more recent one being the Black Hollow Solar Project out in Weld County, just east, that's going to add a significant amount, hundreds of megawatts of solar here in the near future. And so all of these projects are running in parallel, and they are going to follow various paths depending on permitting, contract negotiations, timing of implementation, construction, supply chain challenges. All of those are in the works, and we're committed to going down that path to actively get them in our portfolio as quickly as possible. But I will come back to the fact that those sources can be added to our portfolio, but reliability can only be secured when these turbines are in place, so that when solar and wind becomes intermittent in greater magnitudes, because we'll have more of those sources producing power to the grid, these turbines will be able to ensure reliability until the solar wind gets back to the levels that we'd like to see it. So I will say there's parallel paths running. This project allows us to get those purchase power agreements and those solar and wind projects in place, as well as decommission and retire the Unit 1 coal-fired facility.
Thank you, Matt. And I appreciate that's where you're coming from. So many questions, so little time. Maybe on one point, when I asked about the technology related to hydrogen power and how that might be an option in the future, suggesting that there's great progress being made in that direction, new breakthroughs, technology, and yet we seem to be suggesting, tell me if you have a different perspective, that, for example, battery storage technology is still in its infancy, when I think many of us would offer that it's beyond its infancy. And even though there are 2 megawatt hours of current storage, very impressive, why aren't you all putting more credence, perhaps, in that technology will advance to such a, you know what I'm trying to get at, to a place where we could be reliant more on that type of capacity.
Right. Yeah.
That's more reliable, because I get it about the 3 pillars, totally get it: reliability, financial sustainability, and certainly environmental responsibility. Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I think, if I may have colleagues step in to correct or support this first attempt at the answer, but long duration storage projects are part of the evaluation process. We're part of the evaluation process for the IRP and are currently still being evaluated by Platt River as we continue to evaluate the landscape of what are those firm dispatchable generation sources, meaning that when the power is needed, it pushes it out and you know it's there. How viable and how commercially viable are they in today's world? I would say that in recent evaluations, long-term storage projects still have significant capital and financial investment necessary. And so as we evaluate those technologies to try and either replace aeroderivative turbines or other types of technologies, the financial sustainability pillar is really challenged, especially since we're already talking about significant investment needed just to make this energy transition. It would be significantly greater if those type of technologies were pushed harder right now. Certainly, just because they're maybe not being discussed in great detail this evening does not mean that we're not going to continue to evaluate them. And as they become more viable, as they play a role in integration, such as many 4-hour batteries being deployed into our owner communities, that announcement was recently made last year, we're going to continue to push that technology as much as we practically can. But the big long-term storage or long-duration storage right now still has some financial barriers to get over. And I allow any of my colleagues to correct any of that or reinforce it.
Commissioner Kovales, if I can just quickly add, when it comes to the question about hydrogen, green hydrogen specifically, I'll just say that right now, as a utility, as an energy provider, we are absolutely dependent on the type of technologies that are available to us. And certainly we are keeping an eye, as Matt has mentioned, on the evolution of these types of technologies. So while we are not the ones going out there to try to advance the technologies of green hydrogen, we do need to be prepared for those type of technologies when they are commercially available. These aeroderivative turbines that have the potential for that transition to green hydrogen would thus allow us to be ready for when that moment comes. It is at this moment a guessing game. When our board passed the resource diversification policy back in 2018, pre-COVID, there were a lot of hopes, I guess, and assumptions in terms of advances that technologies would make, such as long-duration battery storage. We did not see those types of advancements as quickly as we had hoped. There are pilots with long duration. We are taking advantage of short duration battery storage, and we will be seeing that very soon. But long duration will be a huge inflection point for our portfolio. But as I've mentioned, we just need to be ready and equipped for those technologies once they become commercially ready.
If I could jump in here. Wow, that's loud. Malie Vincent, Chief Power Supply Officer with Platt River. I just wanted to, sorry. Did you want me to come up
I'm
front?
sorry, there's a voice from somewhere. Would you be kind enough, how do you want to handle that, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I mean, can you reintroduce yourself now that we know who's speaking?
Sure. Malie Vincent. I'm Chief Power Supply Officer with Platt River. Just very quickly, just want to make it clear that, or underscore what Matt said, we have been having conversations with developers of enhanced geothermal, of long duration 100-hour battery storage. We're implementing, we actually have signed an agreement for 100 hours of 4-hour battery storage. So we have quite a few things in the works that we're constantly talking to folks to see what is going to be available, but we have to go through that process of is it something that's ready to go? Is it reliable? Does it meet the pillars that we're talking about? But again, it comes back to when is that actually going to be viable? We are not in Excel Energy. We're not a large organization that has, I mean, we're serving 700 megawatts, not 7,000 megawatts. So when we do, a 10 megawatt long duration storage, it's a huge part of our budget that moves the rate, and so therefore is not financially sustainable. And it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't allow us to balance and actually get us through up to a 5-day dark calm, which is that period without wind and solar.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there are currently 5, perhaps more traditional gas turbines operating on site, and they provide, I think if my memory still serves me, 393
Correct. Yep.
megawatt hours. And I believe they've been upgraded recently. A simple question is, why do we need to build these new ones with the new technology? And I get it about why couldn't we just retrofit the ones we already have?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question, Commissioner. So I will definitely be deferring to colleagues to help me on the more technical side. But from a high level, the current frame turbines, that's the typical term, they're GE frame units. They're bigger units. So we've got 4 GE frame 7 EAs. They have a 65 megawatt capacity, and then 1 GE 7 FA turbine, which is basically 130 megawatts. So they're bigger, bulkier units that from the evaluation, the operation that these turbines are going to need to be able to complement the intermittency that wind and solar produce, it would be a large task and heavy wear and tear on these turbines to be able to do that, as well as higher operational costs to be able to start, stop, move load at the pace and the frequency that these technologies might be asked to do. So there's ramp rate type of considerations, there's flexibility, the nimbleness of the aeroderivative technology is ideal and the best type of technology to provide the reliability that solar and wind intermittency creates. And the frame units, certainly as was discussed with the county staff, in kind of that scenario where maybe renewables are very slim, the current peaker turbines, as we described them, they would actually shift rather than providing support to Unit 1 in the future, they would provide the support to the aeroderivatives. So as the aeroderivatives are on, if more capacity is needed because solar, wind, and other sources can't provide it, then only at that time would those turbines be fired because the operation of those are not ideal for the intermittency of what wind and solar produce. I may also ask my colleague Jay Stepanski to maybe provide a little bit more technical expertise on that.
Yeah, so I am Jay Stepanski. I'm a mechanical engineer with Platt River and also the PM for this project. And so, I think Matt captured it really well. The aeroderivatives are just more nimble. They're literally a jet engine. They're designed to start, they're designed to stop, they're designed to ramp. That's what they do. So when you're trying to balance renewables, you need that nimble. You need that ability to start. You need the ability to stop when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing and you have no battery backup. So these aeroderivative turbines, you're making megawatts, you're making power in about a third the time that you are for your CT frame units. So yes, while we have made upgrades to those CTs, they're really just serving a different problem the aeros could address.
And just to circle back to Commissioner Kavalis on one of your comments about the upgrades to the existing frame units, I think that embodies just the culture of Platte River. We understand that there's maybe going to be a technology transition. We understand that these frame turbines are going to serve different roles in the future. But still, to meet that environmental stewardship that is a pillar of Platte River, we have invested capital and time to make the existing frame turbines as efficient as possible, with some of the operations now in some of our turbines almost matching and equaling what post-combustion controls, meaning you have a dedicated control device to control a specific pollutant. we're seeing operations be so efficient that we're almost near those type of levels. So even in the future, as these frame turbines need to operate, and it would be kind of an extreme scenario for those turbines to have to supplement what the aeroderivatives are producing, do know that investment is continuing to be made in those turbines to ensure that environmental impact is minimized to the greatest degree.
Is that all for you, Commissioner?
I have additional questions, but as a courtesy, I ought to pause now.
Okay. Commissioner Shanick, any questions?
I do, Madam Chair, but I'd like to say, would we be able to ask more questions of the applicant after public comment and stuff, or do you want us to do those?
Absolutely. I mean, because I think that will bring up questions, right? The public, as we hear from the public, we'll want to reframe those questions and ask those questions.
Yeah, I'd like to reframe some of my questions that I was going to ask now, and I just thought maybe I just want to make sure I was able to ask those later. So
Sure.
if I can, I'd like to maybe hold and reframe my questions for later. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Commissioner Kefalison, what would you like to do?
I'd like to continue a little bit.
Please go ahead.
I think it's important that we have this discussion, and it gets back to what our county, one of our county attorneys indicated, that you all have the burden of proof to convince us that of what you are hoping to convince us of. So I think it's helpful to get these discussions out so folks can hear it and respond accordingly. So can you say a little bit about the modeling and the assumptions that went into why you need at least 200 megawatts of backup capacity that can turn on and off as the need arises? I've heard, based on everything we've read and the input we've received, that there's a concern that that's more than enough capacity, and that one reason for that might be to not directly, the charge of this nonprofit organization is to provide electricity to the 4 municipalities, but to be able to maybe sell excess electricity in the whatever pool that you all are going to be part of in 2026, the Southwest Power Regional Transmission organization. Yeah, Matt, what do you think of that one?
Right. So just to clarify, Commissioners, the question, what work led to determining 200 megawatts of capacity was needed?
Yes, and also the claim or the speculation that if that's, because I've seen different numbers in some of the reports that we've gotten, a lower amount of capacity based on certain assumptions that have to do with acronyms that are out of my pay scale regarding effective load carrying capacities, regarding planning reserve margins and all of that. So I'm just trying to make sense. What are your assumptions based on? And perhaps it gets back to a question that's been raised is, given that there's a lot of mistrust certainly for government and perhaps larger institutions, would it not have been better to address some of that mistrust, to go to NRAL or one of those organizations to do some kind of independent analysis of those modeling assumptions? So good luck with that one, my friends.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'll ask our Chief Power Supply Officer to address that second half of your question first. So, Malie Vincent. Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the question and thank you for the opportunity. I'll try not to go into too much of the technical detail. It's a lot of acronyms, but essentially what we have is the Southwest Power Pool is a nonprofit organization that was created back in the 1940s by a group of utilities that came together and said, we need to operate the power grid more effectively. Then you get to the 1990s, everything was deregulated, and so we went from being essentially an independent system operator focused just on transmission to a regional transmission organization that then has an energy market. The whole purpose is to ensure that the least cost, most efficient units, resources, are the ones that are turned on, and then also dispatches them up and down based on what we offer to the market, which is all of the characteristics of the resource, the generator, and the cost to operate that unit. So it's all cost-based. So I tell you that background because the other part of the RTO, the Regional Transmission Organization, that is SPP, is to ensure reliability. They do that through a study called the Loss of Load Expectation Study, the LOLE. And out of the LOLE comes the Planning Reserve Margin, the PRM, and the ELCCs, the Effective Load Carrying Capability. Now, to say this is the PRM and this is the ELCCs for one area of the country or for one season is sort of like asking somebody, what is the weather? And ending the question there, not asking where is it, what time of year is it, all of those different, because everything changes. So when you try to lift the planning reserve margin from the east side of Southwest Power Pool, that's a totally different transmission grid. The power flows in its own unique way. They have their own resource mix. They have quite a bit of wind. They have, all of that goes into determining what is the likelihood of having one blackout in 10 years. And from that study, that LOLE study, comes the PRM and the ELCC. So when we have some of our detractors pulling some of that information and saying, well, why aren't you using the same PRM and ELCC? That's because we're a totally different grid on this side of what we have is the DC ties. So the eastern side of SPP is in the eastern interconnect. I apologize for being real technical, but I'm trying to be very clear and transparent. And we are in the western interconnect. We will be connected by direct current ties, importing and exporting power. But we are not following the same alternating current frequency. Well, we're following 60 hertz, but we're not connected to them. So it's a DC tie. So we have a separate LOLE. We have our own PRM and our own ELCC, which has not yet been provided to us. In fact, I was on a meeting today where we were talking about when are we going to get our LOLE for the West. So what we are doing currently is estimating. And you may have noticed in some of your materials, there is a slide from a presentation that I gave myself back in October. The heading was removed that said Example Resource Adequacy Calculations. And it says LRE equals 500 megawatts. That is a generic term, LRE, for load responsible entity. I was providing to our board a bit of instruction on how you use planning reserve margins and ELCCs to determine what resources you need, because you have to adjust the nameplate capacity of those renewable units based on the ELCC to come to what your total ability is to meet the planning reserve margin. So hopefully you're able to follow me through that. But in essence, what it comes down to is we don't know what our PRM is going to be yet. We have an estimate. Whenever we did the IRP, we actually used Astrape Consulting. They are the same entity and consultant that Southwest Power Pool uses to do their LOLE on the east, and they are currently working on the one for the west. So we went to the best of the best in order to make sure that we had a reasonable number for the PRM and the ELCCs. But bottom line, no one has those numbers yet. So we're having to estimate, and we don't have the luxury of being able to wait until we have those numbers to secure these aeroderivatives. That's why we had to move forward. If we had waited already at this point in time, GE Vernova is saying that they can't deliver till post-2030. And that would mean leaving the coal plant on longer and missing our goals. So there's these domino effects for all the information that is coming together and all the times we have to make our decisions.
More questions, Commissioner?
Just one more follow-up for now. Then I don't know if Commissioners. I guess we're going to wait. We'll wait until after. Thank you, by the way. What about the suggestion or claim that I think I understand better about the estimates, but that the intention may be to sell additional electricity into the Southwest Power Transmission Organization or beyond what is the mission of the Platte River Power Authority?
So the interesting thing about the way the RTO works is because it's cost-based, you offer into the market at your cost. and they will either back you down because the cost that you offered is above where the market price is at that time. So I'll try to give you a quick example. If you offer in your unit at $20 and what they call the locational marginal price, LMP, is $15, they're not going to dispatch your unit up because you're out of the money. And they're looking for the least cost unit to serve the next megawatt hour of power. I was just looking at what's going on in our real-time market right now, which is also provided by SPP, but it's not quite to the next evolution of the RTO. We have negative LMPs right now. So we're getting, because there's so much renewable on the system, we've backed everything down and we're buying at a negative price, meaning we're getting paid to take the power, which is great. And so we have that same dynamic in the in the RTO as well in the 2-day market. I won't go into the complete difference between day ahead and real time. But in essence, it is an auction type setting. If you were to offer in your unit below cost, I did a presentation to the board on this. If you offer in your unit at say $10, and market prices are $15, but your actual cost is $20, you're going to get paid the $15 and lose $10, between what your actual bid was and your cost. So really lose $5 because you'll get paid the $15. So there's no playing the market. If you try to play the market and force power in, you're likely going to lose money. You might win for a little bit, but the house always wins. This is a very cost-based market. So are there times when we would be selling into the market and perhaps making more if the market prices go high? Yes. But if the market prices are high, reliability is low and the market needs our power. Market prices go high, that's the whole concept, because they need to pull more power from more resources. So if we were to say, well, we're just not going to sell anything into the market, that is leaving our regional partners without power that they could use and makes the whole grid less reliable.
Okay. If you want, yep, sure, go ahead.
With the proposed 5 aeroderivative turbines that would potentially come online in the beginning of 2028, why do you need 2 years to test the reliability? And because during those 2 years, that will be happening, and we'll still have our Unit 1 spewing out. Well, and I realize there are lots of air pollution control things on the stacks and everything else, and that's a good thing. So why do we need 2 years? Why can't it be shorter?
Well, keep in mind it'll be middle of 28 when those units come online.
I thought it was the first quarter of 2028.
It'll be into the year. There's a couple of things. First, I will say, Unit 1 is incredibly reliable. We are always going to make sure that it has it's operating as efficiently and obviously as clean as possible. But there's a certain point at which you no longer make certain investments that we were plan of the year. We always invest in that plant to keep it clean, keep it operational and efficient. But towards the end, there's no guarantees that if something were to break, we have a major problem, we're not going to throw millions of dollars onto that unit to bring it back. So we need to make sure we have some overlap so we're not in a financial position of having to spend money on a unit that's about to retire if there's a problem. Now that's a tail risk. That's sort of a black swan event. The main thrust of it is that you need 2 years to make sure all of these things are going to operate together properly. It's like any other machine, right? We're having a combination of machines that we're bringing together to make one resource portfolio. We need to make sure, for reliability purposes, that all of those pieces of equipment, that entire portfolio, is going to operate together properly. And I'll harken back to what I was just talking about with the market as well. Keep in mind that if we were to bring on those units when they're not needed, as you bring on more power that is not needed, it drops the LMP, and so you lose money. So there's no vested interest here in us just leaving Unit 1 on and taking it to the top and bringing on these aeroderivatives. It doesn't make financial sense, and it wouldn't be the responsible thing to do in light of what our emission controls and limits are.
Commissioner Kvalas, just to piggyback on what Malia was talking about. In that overlap period, I know there's been discussions and mention of emissions going up. And to kind of or come back to something that Ms. Schneider was talking about, there's, in the air permitting world, which we could probably have a whole seminar on, there's potential to emit, which is your on-paper emissions, what your legal permits allow you to emit versus what actual emissions are. And if you look at almost any regulated source, most regulated sources are never going to run at permit limits. There's too thin of margins, there's too much of a risk of non-compliance if you do that. So there is always this buffer between potential versus actual. And you have to have that buffer just because of the unknowns and the complexities of just real-time operation. So as these aeroderivatives are tested, and they're tested in different environmental conditions, putting it through winter harsh conditions to make sure wind, solar, and wind may not be available because the turbines are frozen and there's an ice sheet on every solar panel. Can these turbines respond in a way that the market needs them to, assuming unit 1 is not gone, potentially even not on in some scenarios? So the emissions from Rawhide, although how those turbines are going to operate in those 2 years, we have requested operational limits in our air permit. Again, those are the worst case maximum operation possible. Actual emissions are more than likely going to be significantly lower than what we've requested in the air permit. But again, to maintain operational flexibility, we asked for what we did. But when those turbines are on, they're serving a load that the grid needs. And so if that load wasn't served by those aeroderivative turbines, there's a chance it would have been served by Unit 1. It would have been served by the existing frame units. So there's also a reasonable assumption we can make that as these aeroderivatives operate, as Unit 1 potentially operates in this overlap period, that emissions from Rawhide could potentially be stable or even be reduced because these aeroderivative turbines are the least emitting units on a per unit basis. They will be the most efficient carbon sources that we have at Rawhide. So I just wanted to clarify, I know there's a lot of technicality with the air permitting, but this overlap period, as Malia was talking about, is absolutely critical so that we know that these turbines can ensure reliability past Unit 1's retirement, which is our base load, meaning it's on 24/7. It is the safety net for reliability. That is going away. These turbines are going to be that safety net for when solar and wind are not available. In respect to air emissions, it's still being evaluated. There is on paper what could be emitted. We also have infrastructure restraints that we cannot have Unit 1, all of the aeroderivative turbines, and the current frame turbines. We cannot have all of that on at once and push that amount of energy out of our substation. So, again, just to come back to the air quality emissions, we're still being evaluated, but I think there's reasonable assumptions we can make that emissions at Rawhide long term are going to be stable, if not reduced, once these aeroderivative turbines come online.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I'll wait. Folks
Okay.
have been very patient.
Yeah, folks have been patient. I just want to ask, just squeeze one question in here before we get to public comment, and then I promise we will get to public comment. There are a lot of coal-fired plants that are retiring in the next 5 years. What does their transition look like? So have we evaluated what others are doing? Have they found other solutions? Are they adopting similar technology? I mean, what does that look like for others?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I was just gonna. I'll start, and then I'll let others help. So the last coal-fired unit in the state is due to retire at the end of 2031. That is Comanche Unit 3. And so you have Rawhide Unit 1 retiring at the end of 2029, and several others that between kind of 2025 up to 2031, you're going to see just a staggered list of coal-fired units retiring. I can tell you, going through this process, something to what Malia and Javier are referencing to, the reason supply chain issues are becoming so extensive, whereas when you first started conversations with GE, there was maybe 6, 9, a 12-month time frame to get units once purchased on site and commissioned. They're looking years out to the point where, again, as Malia was referencing, if we were to start this process right now, we could not get the turbines on site before Unit 1 retires. The reason for that is because this product has been identified by so many other utilities across the nation as being that fixed for the intermittency of solar and wind. So GE at the moment literally cannot make these LM6000 units fast enough. They are cranking them out as fast as they possibly can because you're seeing orders. I was actually just talking to my colleague Jace before we started. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jace, TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, put it in an order for 200 units. 200 LM6000 units to serve their capacity throughout their region. So many other utilities are landing on this conclusion, which should be celebrated, that we can actually retire coal. We can have substantial carbon reductions in the power sector moving forward, and it's going to be necessary to meet all the federal and state environmental goals that we have. But until some other technologies get to the place that we need that reliability, we need that safety net, and these aeroderivative turbines are not only going to do that for us, but every utility in this region that's on the same path that we are on.
Great, thank you. Anyone have anything to add, or we're good with that?
I can jump in real quick. I can add to it that Xcel Energy, United Power, Colorado Springs, they're all looking to add similar technology. Interestingly enough, I was watching BBC America, and they had the World Energy Council on, and I read their report. They were talking about the fact that they see the entire world's energy transition reliant on this type of technology. It's the one thing that it's a proven technology, it drops emissions, and you can get it in and it operates. More importantly, it allows the integration of renewable energy. Without it, we just won't have the reliability.
Great, thank you. All right, well, we'll have you all sit down. I think we're going to start public comment.
All right, thank you.
And I see some excited faces already. Cassidy, do you have a list of folks that are signed up?
We do, and just for the Board of County Commissioners information, we have approximately 42 people signed up to speak, and that's only counting 4 of 32 signed up online, not to speak, but they're just on the webinar. So just, you may want to confirm the 3 minutes per speaker, and we do have a list beginning with those in person. So we can get started with that when you're comfortable.
Okay. Do you want 3? I'll ask the commissioners if 3 minutes sounds good. Okay, I think we're going to stick with 3 minutes. So we will be calling folks up. I will say to expedite the process or expedite the process, please be ready to kind of come up. I mean, don't be walking up. I mean, you know, as much as possible, queue up so we can get through public comment in a reasonable amount of time. We may actually take a break at some point for some dinner and other needs that people might have. So, but we'll get going right here. So, go ahead, Cassidy.
Okay, so first we have Tom Moore, followed by Michael Foote.
I'm also going to be pretty strict about the 3 minutes, so we're not going over. I'll just tell you that right now. So we need to get through this. So you're going to get cut off, you know, in a nice way.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tom Moore with the Regional Air Quality Council that does the air quality planning for the Denver area and the North Front Range, including Larimer County. I'm here to just orient the Commission to the needs for improving summertime air quality and get into compliance with the Clean Air Act. We're in the middle of a 2025 study effort to get a 2026 plan turned in. Next slide, please. So on the right is the area we all recognize. It's a non-attainment area. The red stars are the sites that are used to determine the non-attainment area status. A real sentinel site in this area is the Fort Collins West site that was mentioned earlier, but an approximate location of the Rawhide Energy Station. All of the state of Colorado is under the jurisdiction of our partners at the Air Pollution Control Division. So all sources that can reduce emissions to meet the ozone standard are under study at this point in time. On the left, we show that we have about 15 to 20 parts per billion of the 70 part per billion standard that comes from local emissions in the area. We did work a couple of years ago, modeled the highest was 74.6. We had 3 sites, including Fort Collins West, that were also over 70. Our calculation here, sort of a back of the envelope thing, is we need to reduce that modeled estimate by about 4 parts per billion. At the bottom, if you put the 4 over the 20, that's a 20% reduction in local emissions that are needed to get the 2026 ozone values below the standard. So we really need all possible local emission reductions. On the next slide, This is a Gantt chart. Commissioner Stevens has seen this several times as a board member. So it's broken into technical plan preparation and then our RAC board and Air Quality Control Commission actions. I've boxed in a couple of key things. Right now we're in the middle of the air quality analysis and attributing sources and their causes of ozone. We'll be finishing that work by June 1st, and we'll present what we call our source apportionment. Further down in the July timeframe, our board will be endorsing an action attainment plan and then passing that towards the Air Quality Control Commission. And then down there under number 3 in the November timeframe, the commission will take action on that plan. We're in the middle of the attainment period, so all the air pollution going into the air right now is forming ozone in the summer and contributing to poor air quality. And then on the last slide, I just wanted to remind folks that the governor gave direction several years ago. We have growth and we've had a chronic problem attaining these ozone standards. So we're after any emission reductions, bold, cost-effective strategies to reduce these ozone-causing emissions.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Next.
Next, we have Michael Foote, followed by Barbara Krupnik-Goldman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mike Foote, and I'm representing the Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy, a committee of the Colorado Coalition for a Livable Climate. We're asking for you to deny Platte River's application. To put it in one takeaway sentence, it's because Platte River failed to follow the land use code. Its application, which fully incorporates its IRP, failed to follow sections 10.9.1E and C specifically. Section E requires an applicant to go through the mitigation hierarchy. First, they must prove they avoided any avoidable environmental impacts. Second, for those impacts that are not avoidable, they must prove they minimize those impacts. Finally, for those impacts that are not avoidable and cannot be further minimized, they must be mitigated. It's a step-by-step iterative process, and Platte River has not proven it took those steps. And I mention it that way, that Platte River hasn't proven it's complied with the code, because the burden is clearly on the applicant to do that. The applicant can't just say, trust us, we're the experts, and respond with generalities to questions. It's easy to switch topics and filibuster when it comes to utilities, but in the end, Platte River must prove its application followed the mitigation hierarchy, and they just haven't done that. Next slide, please. First, Platte River did not prove adding its preferred gas portfolio was unavoidable. It undervalued renewable energy resources by a lot and overestimated the need for expensive battery installation, again, by a lot. It didn't account at all for what their membership in the Southwest Power Pool will do for their power needs. They set the rules of the game with those assumptions, so of course they concluded they needed a bunch of new gas, but those assumptions are invalid. Second, Platte River did not minimize unavoidable impacts. Even accounting for all the questionable assumptions Platte River made, it still had one scenario in its IRP, what it called the carbon imposed cost portfolio, which met its cost and reliability requirements while installing less new gas. Yet Platte River still opted to go with more gas than necessary. Then on top of that, they made no effort to minimize the running of its new gas turbines during the summer ozone season. Third, Platte River failed to mitigate any impacts that could not have been minimized. Platte River presented its plan to convert its new gas turbines to burning green hydrogen as a way to reduce emissions from the gas plant and mitigate the damage those emissions would create. But the green hydrogen plan, while we wish had potential to work, looks totally unobtainable. Platte River's timeline for hydrogen conversion has no basis at all. Proof requires some kind of evidence, not just monitoring closely or a guessing game. So this application needs to be denied. Now I'm going to turn it over to the next speaker who's going to talk more about avoidable impacts. Thank you.
Up next is Barbara Krupnik-Goldman.
Yeah, Barbara Krupnik-Goldman. And could we have the next slide, please? And one more. Yes, okay. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. One of the things that makes Platte River's application so frustrating is that it could avoid putting in new gas entirely. But they made up their mind from the beginning that they would need a new gas plant. We know that the assumptions that go into an analysis will play a big role in the results that you get. In this case, Platte River used assumptions that were virtually guaranteed to get them to the spot of recommending a big new gas plant. And guess what? That's what they're doing. Melly Vincent already talked to you some about the ELCCs and that they are estimates. However, the renewable energy valuation numbers, ELCCs, that Platte River used in its IRP were very low. And they were unjustifiably low. Low renewable energy numbers inevitably led to the conclusion that renewable energy and batteries, along with the gas generation that they already have, can't provide the energy necessary. Whereas if they had used higher numbers, results show that the new gas turbines are not needed in order to provide reliable power. We won't be allowed to correct or provide further explanation after Platte River gives their rebuttal. They will probably say that in response to the skepticism about their numbers, that every utility is different and they have unique circumstances. To that we say, fine, if that's the case, why didn't you get a trusted and knowledgeable third party, such as NREL, to look at the numbers, which our groups have been requesting repeatedly? We are not asking, clearly, to have the county request a review by NREL. What we are requesting is that since such a review has not been done, please deny the permit. The other piece that needs to be considered is that the application did not fully address the membership in the SPP, the Southwest Power Pool. We got kind of a description of how the prices will vary. But what is kind of missing is that when Platte River would need some additional power, there's the entire Midwest and Rocky Mountain region that could be drawn from. On the not so positive side, we talked about the SPP being able to fire up gas as needed. Well, that would mean that Larimer County gets stuck with the emissions when others get the power. But if there are no new gas generators to fire up, that would not be possible. So I will hand it over to our next person who will talk about the minimization. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Kevin Cross, followed by Fred Kirsch.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Cross. I'm the convener of the Fort Collins Sustainability Group. I'm also the convener of the Colorado Coalition for Livable Climate, and I note that Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy is a committee of the Colorado Coalition for Livable Climate. So any impacts that cannot be avoided must be minimized, but Platte River does not do that either. One important example is the lack of clarity on whether Platte River is really asking for 200 megawatts of new generation or between 235 or 280 megawatts. 280 megawatts would be 40% more than they claim to need to maintain reliability in the first place. They work into their IRP the caveat that they're looking to build at least 200 megawatts. The aeroderivative turbines they've specified range between 47 and 56 megawatts apiece, which multiplied by 5 adds up to between 235 and 280 megawatts. Claiming that you need 200, but specifying up to 40% more from that is far from minimizing impacts. The same goes for claiming that they need 200 megawatts of new gas in the first place, but also showing, based on their own modeling, they really only need 160 megawatts. The IRP's carbon-imposed cost portfolio would meet the reliability and cost metrics Platte River says they need, yet Platte River didn't recommend that portfolio. And they don't really say why. They only mention in the IRP that the carbon-imposed cost portfolio may not be as effective in future extreme weather events. This sounds like a gut feeling finding, but it hardly meets the requirement of burden of proof. That's not to mention the IRP's minimal new carbon portfolio, which would only bring 80 megawatts of new gas online and is technically feasible. The low valuation that Platte River places on batteries causes them to discard this option out of hand, however. Okay, so that's where ELCC comes in on storage. On top of all this, Platte River makes no effort to minimize the proposed gas plant's impact on the ozone non-attainment area. Platte River wants permission from the state and the county to run its gas plant for half the year, which would be 24/7 for 26 weeks annually. And they want to divide that time into quarters for each 3-month period. That means that in the summertime, they want to run their new gas plant up to 1,095 hours with no time of day restrictions. During the height of our ozone season in June and July, when the last thing we need is a fresh batch of NOx emissions, Platte River wants to have the ability to run their new gas plant. Again, this does not minimize impacts to Larimer County. Platte River hasn't avoided impacts, it hasn't minimized impacts, and it hasn't mitigated impacts. I'm going to turn it over to our last speaker to talk about that final part. Thank you.
Fred Kears, followed by Crispin Hillard.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners, County staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Fred Kirsch, and as you know, a 1041 applicant can't minimize environmental impacts, must farther at least mitigate those impacts. Platte River claims that they will mitigate the impacts of their new gas plant by converting it to 50% hydrogen by 2035 and 100% by 2040. But any reasonable amount of scrutiny of that claim will show it to be pretty much a guess, and a guess should not satisfy the applicant's burden of proof here. Burning hydrogen, like burning methane, creates NOx in the atmosphere. We don't know the impact that burning hydrogen will have on toxic air pollution in the county. Since Larimer residents are the ones who will breathe the emissions coming from the new gas plant, we have to be realistic here. Having read Platte River's consultant's report about hydrogen, and knowing that no other utility is thinking about any kind of mass deployment of hydrogen until the 2050 timeframe, it's looking like hydrogen conversion isn't going to happen the way that they claim it is. It's much more likely that the gas plant is going to continue burning gas for decades longer. That would totally change the environmental footprint of the gas plant and should make you think, should we really approve something that is going to largely burn gas for the next 30 years? Remember, Larimer County residents bear all the risk here. If Platt's hydrogen guess turns out to be mistaken, which we show likely is in our written comments, Platte River won't suffer. It still gets to use its gas plant. It still gets to sell the power. It is Larimer County residents who will suffer from the emissions from the plant as it continues to burn gas. Future commissioners and residents 15 years down the road will look back and wonder how we allowed such a thing to happen, but nothing will change the fact that the gas plant still burns gas and Platte River still gets to sell the power. And then there is the commonly accepted low-hanging fruit of environmental mitigation, transportation restrictions during ozone season. Platte River plans to work on this gas plant for over a year, and during that time, lots of people will be driving to and from the job site from all over the country and through the non-attainment area. Mitigation measures for heavy diesel truck was apparently not even considered, and certainly not a part of the application. And this is just one more example of Platte River's lack of mitigation. Commissioners, we'd like to wrap up our comments about Platte River's failure to even meet one of the mitigation hierarchy elements by again asking you to deny their 1041 application because it violates subsections C and E of the Land Use Code. Platte River is likely in their rebuttal to sound some alarms about how denial of its application is going to cause all kinds of problems. But we ask that you put those scare tactics aside and follow the code. They have to avoid, minimize, and mitigate. They haven't done any of that. Thank you.
Next is Crispin Hillard, followed by Mallory and Eisenrich.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Crispin Hilliard. I am asking you to reject the 1041 permit for PRPA's new gas plant. This plant is very concerning to me as a citizen because PRPA has not done due diligence to show that they are making the best choice for how to use our money as ratepayers. As you're well aware, they have provided misleading information of the actual effectiveness of renewable energy in our community, and just today they have stated that they've actually been providing us with estimates. Combined with PRPA's unwillingness to cooperate with the demand for a third-party review, it feels like PRPA is using their power as a utility to monopolize the information surrounding this new gas plant so that they can just build it. This is very troubling to me as a citizen, because how can we have faith in our utility if they're asking us to trust them and then providing misleading information? PRPA is clearly not operating with the public's best interest in mind. On top of the disputing information regarding the necessity of the plant, PRPA has been steadily increasing the total cost of the plant as they move through the planning process. In the first proposal for the plant, the price tag was $200 million, then the price jumped up to $250, $300, and now $350 million. That is a 175% increase since the plan was proposed. With a budget of $200 million, larger scale renewable projects such as utility scale battery storage or solar seem too expensive to consider. However, now that the budget is $350 million, there are other opportunities to expand energy production in cleaner ways that simply weren't fully considered because of the old price tag. Much of the rationale for building this plant is also not thought through completely. PRPA claims that we will be able to pay off the plant by selling excess power from the new plant to the SPP, but as stated by PRPA, there's going to be a huge number of these gas plants popping up around the country because it is so useful for our energy transition. So how would that be a valuable asset for us to sell energy when it's going to other places? They'll have their own plants. In SPP, there will be cheaper energy from other member states, and PRPA's plant will not be an effective revenue generator. Thank you for your time today. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Eisenrich, followed by Josephina Madenbach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mallory Eisenreich. For the last month and a half now, I have been spending 3 nights a week canvassing around Fort Collins, having conversations with our community members about local energy. Something I learned pretty early on is that our community has a very strong faith that our city is and will continue to actively work towards reducing our carbon emissions. When I bring up the Fort Collins 2030 goal of 100% renewables, I often get asked, aren't we already well on our way? In 2018, the Platt River Power Authority Board of Directors unanimously passed the Resource Diversification Policy, setting the standard as a clean energy leader by calling for the pursuit of a 100% non-carbon energy mix by 2030. PRPA may be a leader at making these promises, but what our community members don't realize is that they are not keeping these promises. PRPA is last in the state for adoption of renewable energy. Building new gas would push PRPA even farther away from this 100% renewable goal. This further prevents the owner cities like Fort Collins from reaching our clean energy goals. PRPA has not yet modeled a plan to reach their 100% goal, not by 2030 or by any point in the future. Building a new methane gas plant will further push us in the wrong direction and further lose the trust of our concerned community members. For that reason, I am asking you to deny the permit.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Josephina Madenbach, followed by Braden Baumgras.
Is Josephina here?
I will not be speaking.
Okay. Josephina will not be speaking. Braden?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Braden Baumgars. I'm a recent CSU graduate and a Colorado native. Climatologists express near unanimity, demonstrating that the emission of greenhouse gases continue to exacerbate extreme weather events locally and globally. These impacts and consequences are not distinct from Fort Collins and the broader communities we have ties to. As you're well aware, and has already been discussed, but I'd like to reiterate, half of Larimer County is designated as a severe non-attainment zone for ozone pollutions by the EPA. The American Lung Association rates our air quality with a grade of F, and we are tied with Dallas and Fort Worth for the 17th worst air quality in the country. Regardless of Greeley or any other county's impacts on Larimer, we remain at best complicit with worsening conditions. With roughly 10% of Larimer residents suffering from asthma and respiratory illness, it's imperative we protect our most vulnerable communities from further harm. Additionally, marginalized communities, the elderly, and infants are all the groups most impacted by pollution, meaning this permit is not just a question of financial issues, but rather a question of our values of social justice and community. Retiring the coal plant is a good first step, but replacing it with gas simply reduces the efficacy of efforts for our community. Approving the 1041 permit signifies that PRPA's shifting commitment to our community is shared by Larimer County. Until we prioritize the safety of our community above the for-profit companies PRPA purchase some of their electricity from, PRPA and Larimer's claim as a green leader is merely false pride. Consequently, I urge you to reject the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Next speaker is Dolores Williams, please. Dolores is not here. We'll move on to the next speaker. Ed Bean, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ed Bean. I live at 3580 Stanford Road in Fort Collins. I'm speaking on behalf of the Larimer Alliance for Health, Safety, and the Environment and a concerned citizen. I'm here to ask you to reject the Platte River Power Authority's 1041 application for the building of additional gas-fired turbines at their Rawhide generating plant. The call for building this plant on the part of PRPA managers flies in the face of a clear mandate from the people of Larimer County for a shift to 100% renewable power generation. The supposed need for these gas-fired turbines is as some sort of backup resource in the event of occasional dark, calm periods when the sun does not shine and the wind does not blow. However, this planning is apparently based on cooking the numbers in terms of reserve capacity required by the Southwest Power Pool Regional Transmission Organization, a utility network PRPA is planning to join in 2026. As well, there has been much angst expressed about PRPA suffering the kind of catastrophic shutdown of power the ERCOT grid in Texas endured in 2021 during Winter Storm Uri. Reporting since then indicated the failure was not so much that of renewable resources, primarily wind, but of the entire ERCOT grid, which had never been properly winterized, including their gas and coal-fired plants. The gas network in particular was also impacted by increased use of gas heating sources in homes and businesses during the extreme cold. The ERCOT system was also not connected to the national grid. This mode of operation was chosen by Texas in order to avoid what they perceived to be burdensome federal regulation. They are in the process of correcting that lack of interdependence now. For PRPA's purposes, it would seem joining the SPP RTO would provide similar connectivity with collaborating utilities within that system. At this point in time, our regional air quality is severely compromised, and the increased warming of our global climate continues to cause great harm in the form of extreme weather events and year-round wildfire conditions. All of this is caused by continued burning of fossil fuels, and this proposed plant will only exacerbate this terrible trend. The people have made clear they want PRPA to stick to their pledge to provide 100% renewable energy, which is not just an aspirational goal, but a vital necessity. Please vote to deny PRPA's 1041 application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next, Dr. Corey Carroll, please.
Thank you. I am Corey Carroll. I'm a practicing physician here in Fort Collins, about 35 years now. I speak for denial of this application. I'm grateful to be able to talk to this issue, but also grateful that you believe in science and understand the consequences of not following science. Unfortunately, we have a new administration in Washington that does not share this opinion. I'm very worried about that abrupt change with the Trump administration, but fortunately, we do not have to follow suit. The medical problems associated with the burning of fossil fuels are well established in scientific literature, and I have spoken about these in the past. We know what many health conditions are caused or exacerbated by air pollution. The difficulty, in my view, is not totally understanding the cost, both economically and personally. Since I do have patients with asthma, COPD, heart disease, etc., I worry tremendously about potential exacerbations that will cause their loss of school or work, ER visits, and potential hospitalizations. A paper published in 2017 shows 60 million Medicare beneficiaries across the country. Those living in areas like we do are more likely to die and have disease compared to those that don't. As discussed by staff and the folks, the gas turbines will not contribute a significant amount of pollution, but they will contribute. If I have a patient who is willing to decrease their tobacco usage by 1 cigarette or 2 cigarettes a day, I do not turn them down and support that. Please stop the methane gas proposed by the PRPA at Rawhide and protect the citizens of Larimer County and set an example. Maybe it's time to lower the expectation of continuous electricity for clean air to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan McFadden, and followed by Peggy LaPointe.
Hello, I'm Sue McFadden, and I'm here speaking as a grandmother, as an economist, and an engineer. This is my grandson, Mason. He was born super healthy, 95 percentile, and then developed asthma over the first 2 years and was on a nebulizer for 2 years. And now at age 5, he has to be on steroids twice a day in order to go outside and play. And that's going to stunt his growth for the rest of his life and affect his organs and everything. So there's a large price we pay for air quality that's not taken into account in our utility bill. If you go to the American Lung Association's website and put in Larimer County, it says a big F that we have failed in ozone and we've failed in particulate. We need to do something about the air quality in Larimer County, and everyone sees this. 20% of the sales of PRPA go outside our 4 member cities, and when we join the SPP, that number could go up to 40% of our sales go outside of the member cities. That's kind of the question you were asking before, Commissioner Kapalis. Right now, it's only 20%. And this is a graph of high ozone days. And the members load is the black line. And then the red is when we crank on our CTs so that we have extra energy to sell outside of the member cities. So they get the electricity outside, but my grandson and the other members of the Larimer County community get all the externalities, the bad air quality, the bad NOx, the bad ozone. And that's a really hard price to pay. If we had batteries or we had long duration storage or solar, these guys wouldn't be paying the cost. I've spoken to the PRPA or to the SVP if we really do have to go it alone, as PRPA told the Planning Commission, and they said no, of course not. That it's not just carbon resources that count, that the renewable energy would count, and our solar and our wind. And they also said that by joining the SVP, we would have a lower planning reserve margin, and we'd have lower requirements for ancillary services. And so we're getting 2 different stories. And that's why we really want a third party to come in and say what the truth is. I also asked the SVP if on high ozone days, will we have to run our gas turbines. And they said, no, the only time you would have to do it is in the case of Winter Storm Uri, where we needed more energy. So the thing is, you can, in this permit, you can say, don't run any gas turbines except on non-high ozone days, only for blackouts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peggy. Oh, don't forget your photo. See, he's cute. We don't mind looking at him.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Lapointe. I've watched this saga with complete dismay. I watched this PRPA reneged on their goal of being fossil-free by 2030, and I watched as excellent independent outside experts like members of the Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy repeatedly tried to give PRPA free expert technical advice on alternative technologies. But their amazing technical reports and their testimony was rebuffed by PRPA. These are people just as skilled and competent as PRPA staff, but their motives are altruistic. And I think I know you can appreciate that urge to help the community and the environment. For 2 years, they've been making their arguments, but PRPA was implacable because the new turbines were a foregone conclusion. The Northern Colorado Partners submitted a very important and informative letter for this meeting. I believe it's on page 85 of your very large document. Although the applicant has the last word here, I think it would be really important to have an established expert organization like Northern Colorado Partners allowed to give an integrated presentation to you and you to ask questions of them for 45 minutes or an hour, the way you can for PRPA. If these dedicated citizens had been taken seriously for the last 2 years, we would not be here today. Not all the applicable studies have been done, and PRPA has obviously not met the 1041 standards, but they're so confident in the outcome of today's meeting that they are already buying the turbines. And I wonder what the response to that should be. My response would be to deny the permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peggy. Next speaker, Howard Goldman, followed by Jacob Smoot.
Good evening, Commissioners. When I graduated from law school in 1983, I wrote a law review article reviewing a flurry of cases brought by coal-fired power plants that challenged the Clean Air Act. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled repeatedly back then in favor of the Clean Air Act and against the coal plants. Then it seemed that fossil fuel generated electricity was rapidly becoming obsolete. Clearly, nothing's been rapid in the last 40 years. I moved to Colorado in 1984, and I was told that shale oil would never be extracted because this technology to do it was way too expensive. But fracking has ruined that, and obviously we have this choice that we make between technology that is a force for destruction and technology that is really, really just amazing. Last night I rode in an electric driverless car in Phoenix. It was just a breathtaking experience. I mean, how many of you have thought you could ride in a driverless car and feel like you were using a reliable and a safe form of transportation? But it exists out there and it's great. And just like PRPA saying that a fossil fuel dinosaur type of technology is the only way to accomplish what they want to accomplish, it just doesn't make any sense. I urge you to vote today to deny this permit and advance breath-saving technology, not this absurd gas-fired force for evil proposed by the PRPA. And finally, 2 weeks ago, I played in a baseball tournament in Florida. 5 games in 4 days. Last weekend, I was riding bike. I took all kinds of bike trips all around Arizona. Believe me, when I came back this morning, I know we have altitude, but I've been adjusting to that for years and years and years. The air is so much harder to breathe here. And you see that when you go to these other places and you come back. And I felt that a lot this morning. So, again, be brave and deny this permit. That will only make the air worse, as you've heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard. I'll just let folks know that at 6 we're going to break for a dinner for half an hour, and then we'll return. So we'll keep going for now, though, and we'll go with Jacob Smoot. Is Jacob in the audience? Just as you guys hear your names and just kind of be ready to come so we don't waste, a minute with, So after Jacob is Sam Kilmeyer.
Okay. Well, hello. Thank you for your presentation today, and it's been great to be able to give public comment. I'm a PhD student at Colorado State. I focus on air pollution and wildfire smoke, so air quality. And I think it is pretty imperative to kind of ask why we're here today. And it seems that there is a lot of capacity in the current power generation capabilities that is already covered by PRPA, and it might not be necessary for this change. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Jacob. Sam? And then after Sam is Jeff Borg.
Hello, my name is Sam Kilmeyer. I live in Fort Collins, and I'm asking you to deny this permit. For the past 10 months or so, I've been deeply engaged in PRPA's IRP process as a concerned community member. I've attended plenty of meetings, given public comment, met with my mayor and PRPA board head, Jenny Arndt, toured Rawhide. I've learned about gas plants, green hydrogen, VOCs, 1041 applications. I'm not an expert in any of these, just as I don't believe you guys are, but it's something I've had to learn. And I've been to these community engagement sessions that PRPA mentioned, and I've seen that they use these sessions so that they can tell you that they've held these sessions, not to actually shift course or engage with the community. We've asked for a third-party review to verify their work, and instead we've been told over and over again to just trust PRPA and their hand-picked consultants. I really do want to trust them, and I want to trust you, my nonprofit utility company, especially because they've pledged to be 100% non-carbon energy mix by 2030. But trust is earned. The more I hear from PRPA, the less I trust them. They talk a lot, but they can't answer the hard questions. PRPA operates as if it's an isolated utility company free from the rigor of other Colorado-based utilities. PRPA is stuck in the idea that fossil fuels are the only thing that keeps the lights on. It's the same mentality that has kept the coal plant burning until 2030. And I'd like to remind you that they're only shutting that coal plant down because of state regulations. But they are taking the credit for the massive reduction in emission after decommissioning the plant. PRPA is right, we will need some gas generation as we transition. But what I question is their due diligence in determining the amount. At every turn, they've deflected, deferred to their lawyers, and refused the one action that would restore public trust, a third-party review. Now they claim the permit can't wait. They even said at the Planning Commission meeting that if the permit isn't approved, hospitals might not get power during a dark calm. This is a false urgency because PRPA has not factored in the true value of renewables, the new renewables that they're building, and the impact of joining the Southwest Power Pool. We are in a true crisis. People are dying from bad air and the climate crisis and burning fossil fuels. Any new fossil fuel infrastructure must be approached with deliberation, considering not just the turbine emissions, but also the construction, the extraction, and the health of your citizens breathing the polluted air. PRPA and its board are stuck in a business-as-usual mindset, manipulating data to fit their narrative and telling us to just trust their work. I ask you, do you trust their work? Or can you deny their application? They can come back and do it again. I ask you to critically analyze the submission and deny the application. Please prioritize our community's health, economy, and the climate future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. From Jeff next. And then Marcia.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Borg. By training, I'm a political science teacher and a United Methodist pastor. So what we're talking about here tonight is an idea that we're going to get to burning less fossil fuels by burning more fossil fuels. It's just a bad idea. Commissioner Kofalis, you might not remember this, but 25 years ago, I was one of the first people to encourage you to run for office. I haven't known Commissioner Stevens and Commissioner Scheidman-Halley quite as long. But I'm sure that you didn't get into this. You didn't take on this job, this hard job of public service to be popular, to go along with the status quo. You did it to advance progressive change and to stand against bad ideas like this one. So I'm just asking you to follow your conscience. You know this is bad for the people of Larimer County, and it's bad for the planet. So please deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia's next.
Hi, my name is Marcy Woodland. I'm a resident of Fort Collins, a concerned citizen, a member of 350 Colorado, and a mother who's concerned that my daughter will have a livable future. So I've learned a lot today, and I've decided not to read my prepared remarks. I want to just ask one important question. Given the controversy, the strong feelings, the expense, why not have the third-party review? How can you possibly approve this permit without a third-party review? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. We'll go to the next speaker, Sarah Burke. Sarah will be the last speaker, and then we'll take our break.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm a concerned resident, and I'm urging you to deny this permit. People here today have repeatedly asked the PRPA to reconsider the construction of the gas plant. Now today you are voting to approve the 1041 for the construction of 5 new gas turbines, and I only have one question for you. What will you tell them? If the gas plant gets built, and because climate scientists are right, things will get much worse. The air will get more toxic, water supply will be scarce, and unnatural disasters will continue getting more destructive and more frequent. The smog will completely block our view of the mountains, and crops will be unable to grow in our state. The fires will burn our forests, and snow in Colorado will be rare. This may seem like fear-mongering, but this is the reality of the future if we continue to rely on oil and gas. You are right to be scared. I am terrified. If you are not scared, you are not paying attention. Your grandchildren, and maybe even great-grandchildren, will see pictures and hear stories about the climate and how it used to be. They will long for snowy winters and summers when it was safe to play outside. When they ask you what you did to prevent this, to protect them, to try to stop this, what will you tell them? Do you think that they will want to hear how you had complete faith that the PRPA when they said they needed the new gas plant? That you could have denied the permit, but it was easier not to? That a gas plant was okay because there were also renewables and we thought that maybe one day there might be green hydrogen? I stand up here today pleading for you to reject this permit. I have stood at meetings like this for the past year asking for the same thing, and I have been met with indifference. I still believe that my voice matters and that public opinion matters, but I worry that today you will prove me wrong. I come from a generation of people who have lost faith in the democratic process because of representatives that don't vote with our best interests in mind. When your children and grandchildren start to believe they have no say in their own future, what will you tell them? If you want to live in a world where your great-grandchildren get to play in the snow and get to ride their bikes outside in the summers, you have to take a stand now. If you vote to approve the permit, you vote to uplift the status quo and the reliance on oil and gas that puts our future at risk. Whether you realize it or not, the choices you make today will decide the future of our state and decide the world that your grandchildren and great-grandchildren grow up in. So think about them, and about when they look in your eyes and ask if you did all that you could, what will you tell them? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So we will, thanks for everyone who spoke. We will start back up at 6:30 with Christina Swope. Well, good evening. We are back from our break, and we are in the middle of public comment for our public hearing on this 1041. And our next person in line to speak was Christina Swope. And so, Christina, is that you? You ready? We'll have you introduce yourself, and you'll have the 3 minutes. And after you is Aaron Jones.
All right. Hi, I'm Christina. I'm from Fort Collins. And I'm going to read a letter that was sent to you from Representative Zakai, Representative Basenectar, and Senator Kathy Kipp. It says, "We, the legislators representing Fort Collins, write to you with significant concerns about Platt River Power Authority Rawhide 1041's permit. We respectfully request that you require an independent energy resource analysis before proceeding with consideration of the permit. The PRPA has committed to achieving a 100% non-carbon energy mix by 2030. The decision to build new fossil fuel infrastructure contradicts this goal. The Regional Air Quality Council is conducting extensive air quality modeling on Rawhide that will help determine the air quality impacts of the existing and new carbon-based resources. Larimer County is rated F by the American Lung Association for ozone, and the Fort Collins West Monitor is in the top 4 worst air quality monitors in the state. We urge the county to require an independent energy assessment from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory before moving forward with consideration of the requested permit. Their analysis would provide a rigorous and unbiased evaluation of whether additional gas generation is necessary. PRPA's current planning appears to underestimate the capacity of renewable energy and overstate the need for fossil fuel expansion. Their own adjusted reserve margin analysis, when aligned with the Southwest Power Pool standards, shows a 39.8% reserve margin by 2030, more than double what PRPA itself considers necessary. Independent analysis by the community members suggests that these turbines are not needed. Furthermore, we have deep concerns that approving new gas turbines without an independent analysis would ultimately exacerbate Larimer County's already dangerous air quality. Our region is in the EPA's severe non-attainment zone for ozone pollution, and the American Lung Association has given our air quality a failing grade. The Rawhide facility is just outside of the NAA area and is not subject to the same offsets and emission standards. These emissions will negatively impact air quality inside the NAA and in Larimer County. Additional nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and CO2 emissions from new gas infrastructure will further endanger public health and contradict Colorado's climate commitments. The economic impact of this project is also concerning. PRPA has announced annual wholesale rate hikes of 6.3% per year, with a portion of the increase funding unnecessary fossil fuel infrastructure. These costs will burden local families and businesses while delaying the transition to clean energy solutions that could ultimately provide more affordable and sustainable power. Given these concerns, we strongly urge the commissioners to require an independent analysis from a neutral third-party organization to assess PRPA's energy modeling before considering the permit to determine whether cleaner, lower-cost alternatives can meet our community's needs. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter.
Thank you, Christina. Next, Aaron, please. And after Aaron is Greg Zoda.
Hello, my name is Erin Jones from Fort Collins, and I'm a public health professional, and today I ask that you deny the permit for the PRPA's proposed gas turbines. Every day, I talk about how our environment impacts our health. As mentioned, the portion of Larimer County along the Front Range is in the EPA severe non-attainment zone for ozone pollution, which means that our air exceeds the current EPA safety limits for ozone in our air. Our air is not safe to breathe, and this project will only continue to worsen our air quality, of which we are among the worst in the country. Long-term ozone exposure increases yours, mine, and everyone's risk of lung and cardiovascular disease and premature death. Globally, the burning of fossil fuels is responsible for about 1 in 5 deaths annually, and in the U.S., 350,000 premature deaths are attributed to fossil fuel pollution. Ozone pollution especially impacts children, and even short-term, low-level exposures are associated with decreased lung function. We cannot keep asking children to pay the price for decisions we no longer have to make. It does not have to be this way. Denying this permit is an opportunity to change, for us to say we will not accept our air becoming even more polluted. In public health, we focus on putting community first and using a strong evidence base for any new interventions. However, PRPA has used assumptions that must be reviewed by experts in renewable energy who can advise on whether more gas generation is even needed and recommend alternatives. This plan also increases wholesale rates to owner cities by 6.3% and will increase our energy costs, but also hurt our air quality and our health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Greg? After Greg, Scott Denning.
Hi, my name is Greg Zoda. I'm a PhD candidate at CSU and the elections chair for DSA Fort Collins. Requirement E of the 1041 can only be met if PRPA convinces you that the new turbines that they're trying to develop will spark the development of future renewable resources, thereby mitigating the project's environmental impacts and its contributions to climate change. On page 448 of the very long online packet, PRPA argues that the project would, quote, encourage opportunities for wind, solar, battery, and future renewable energy sources, unquote. PRPA knows that if they do not persuade you that their project would cause more renewables to come online, then the project cannot satisfy requirement E, and they fail to meet their burden of proof. That's why they started their presentation by calling this an energy transition project, and it's why it's so surprising that in their 926-page packet, PRPA never addresses the phenomena of path dependence or of fossil fuel lock-in. They don't even use the terms. Environmental experts have concluded that natural gas presents the highest risk of lock-in of any fossil fuel. A peer-reviewed survey of environmental experts found that increased natural gas abundance is associated with delays in renewable deployment. The Journal of Applied Energy quantified that delay as 24 years. That's corroborated by studies in the US, in South Africa, in Germany, China, and beyond. That's just what I got through on the first page of Google Scholar. What causes these blockages? Well, a short review of the peer-reviewed literature finds almost three broad causes. One, financial lock-in. The risk of stranded assets incentivizes pursuing continued gas usage. PRPA demonstrated that they are going to succumb to financial lock-in when you ask them questions about alternatives, and they said not that this is the only alternative, but that this is the cheapest alternative. Two is infrastructural lock-in. Once these turbines are built, there's a sunk cost, and there's an incentive for them to be used for something else, hence their, green hydrogen pipe dream. Three is attitudinal lock-in. If you approve this plan today, it becomes that much harder to push for 100% clean energy in our area. Once you let them back off for those commitments, they'll find easy ways to continue justifying fossil fuel usage. That's why they keep changing their tune between whether they actually want this to be a pathway to 100% renewable development or whether, they have to keep the generators on perpetually because of intermittency. PRPA has not demonstrated that their new turbines will avoid problems of path dependency that the consensus of expert literature predicts. As such, they have failed to meet their burden of proof. Natural gas is not a bridge to clean energy. It is a wall blocking renewable development. Vote no on their 1041 application.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Scott Denning. I'm a professor of atmospheric science at CSU. This is actually my field of expertise. I am going to do something crazy and try to do three things in 3 minutes, so we'll see how this goes. First is something that's not in my slides. I want to just make sure you understand something. The total amount of global warming that we will have here in our world, here in Fort Collins, everywhere else, is directly proportional to the total amount of fossil fuel ever burned in all of history. I'm going to say it again because it's kind of counterintuitive. You burn fossil fuels, it adds CO2 to the air, and the total amount burned gives you the total amount that you've put in the air. That is proportional to the amount of warming. The day will come when we decide we've had enough and we don't want it to get any hotter. Until that day, it will continue to get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. So this is something that I think we all have to mull over, and this is why there's such a huge flow of opinion and expertise towards actually going to no fossil fuels in the future, not reduced fossil fuels, but no fossil fuels. Okay, that was number one. Number two, let me address the dreaded dark calms, because dark calms are times when the sun is not shining, the wind is not blowing. We heard the applicant mention a 5-day dark calm. We heard talk about ice crusting over the wind turbines and so forth. Please, next slide. I want to emphasize that we are not alone. That the idea that PRPA is solely responsible for producing all of our energy 365 days a year, 24/7, is refuted by their joining the Southwest Power Pool. The whole idea of being in a grid is that you sell to the grid when you've got lots of wind and sun and you're rolling in cheap energy. And then, next slide, you buy from the grid during dark calms. That's why we have a grid. We are not alone. We are not an island who is responsible for generating our own power 24/7. That's what a grid is. Okay, next slide. This is the third thing I'm going to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about the hydrogen transition. I know this is quite different than what I just said, but burning hydrogen in the aeroderivative turbines will indeed make NOx. NOx is an ozone precursor. It's burned air. You have nitrogen, N2 in the air. You have oxygen, O2 in the air. Under high temperature, you combine the two to make NO and NO2. That stuff makes us sick. That's what Volkswagen got caught emitting more than they were supposed to. Hydrogen burns hotter, therefore you get more NOx. Next slide. The last thing I want to talk about is leaking hydrogen. Hydrogen is a tiny molecule. It leaks a lot. It uses the oxidative capacity of the atmosphere to get rid of it, and it leads to more methane in the atmosphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I think we all learned a lot in 3 minutes. Next is Dennis Sumner, please.
My name's Dennis Sumner. Somebody has to be a contrarian. I sent you a statement in support of the project. I'm reading from a colleague who was not able to be here tonight. Larimer County Commissioners, greetings. I am Steve Holton, residing in Quail Hollow, Fort Collins. I appreciate having my statement of support for PRPA's application read today. Fortunately, I'm traveling and couldn't attend today's meeting. I urge the Commissioners to approve the 1041 application for many reasons. Primarily, I firmly believe in Platt River's three fundamental pillars of reliability, environmental responsibility, financial sustainability, and I believe these pillars need to be balanced. The aeroderivative gas turbine equipment of the Integrated Resource Plan, aka IRP, adopted by Platt River's board, provides the key to the balance of renewable resources our provider operates in construction, along with those in planning. The risk of dark, calm periods is huge and can definitely be met with these turbines as a dispatchable resource that Platt River owns, maintains, and operates. The track record is superb, and the reliability is pillar. Let's give them these resources. The shutdown of the coal power generation is such a significant step forward in the 2030 goals. Consider increased renewable generation jumping from the mid-30s to 85%. I would be very proud of Platt River as a customer. Financial sustainability continues, as a wholesale rate projections seem to be very reasonable given the scope of the project and the goals of the IRP. I suspect there's a silent customer majority within PRPA's territory that favors the authority's turbine option because of reliability, dependable power, and is so important to all residential and business customers. PRPA has less than 5 years to comply with the 2030 carbon reduction commitment. Planning, design, construction takes time, prone to delays, so waiting for third-party evaluations is not really a responsible option. PRPA's Jason Frisbee, his staff, and their consultants are smart, diligent, and know their business. I have tremendous faith in their expertise. I've read and studied the reports and attended board meetings and public presentations. Please consider my own expertise and experience with 45 years in energy, building, and utility systems, finishing my career as executive director of CSU's facility management. Given what I know, I have what I would nervous to stand with Freebie's shoes and lead PRPA into the future with aerodynamic turbines. Please approve this smart, balanced plan. Quickly, I want to add that I spent 42 years myself working for Fort Collins Light and Power. I dealt firsthand with customers An example, power outages. In May of 1978, we had a heavy snowstorm. We had power outages that lasted over the weekend. People trying to get by with 24, 48 hours when they have life support systems is not a silly matter. That's critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Mayor Jackie Marsh, please. And after that, Jared Ross.
All right. Thank you for allowing public comment. And as Commissioner Stevens said, I am Loveland Mayor Jackie Marsh. I also serve on the board of Platte River Power, as do the other three mayors of the other cities that own PRPA. In 2018, we took a giant leap of faith and we opted to announce that we were going to close the coal plant by 2030. That was a huge shift in direction for Platte River Power Authority. We did so with the leap of faith being that battery storage would come along and that we could join a shared energy market pool. We knew those things were essential to be able to reach our goal of 100% renewable energy. Unfortunately, battery storage has not come along. The price tag today to try to do batteries as they are today is about $5.4 billion. And they are not a one and done. As you know, they lose efficiency and have to be replaced. To take on that economic challenge would be our rates would soar to our customers. As mayor, I have to worry about reliability, that the mother that has insulin pumps, they need to charge at night so their children are safe, that they can charge those at night. Reliability is key to life. You have temperatures, whether cold or hot, that are life-threatening. You have to be able to heat and cool your homes. Affordability, seniors, young families, affordability is key. As mayor, I have to consider all of these. When you talk about joining a pool, the Southwest pool that we anticipate joining, we have to, every participant in that pool has to go in with enough resources to meet their needs. It's not like we're going to randomly sell because we have these and we can produce excess. We have to have enough on our own portfolio to serve our needs. But in the event of a dark calm, we can buy, we can sell. This is critical. It's almost like this discussion is we're choosing a gas plant or renewables. No, the only way we can add renewables is to have a solid source backup. Without that backup, we wouldn't be on this path to renewables. It's not doable. We have to have a resource available. Shutting down the coal plant is a huge win. We should all be celebrating. You saw a chart on how much emissions are going to be reduced. We should be celebrating. I urge you to approve this permit. It's the responsible path to go, please.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Jared Ross, and then after Jared, Doug Henderson, please.
Hi, my name is Jared Ross. Born and raised Fort Collins resident, currently living in West Fort Collins. And I'm here to ask you to not approve this land use. When natural gas is discussed as a so-called bridge fuel, the greenhouse gas and toxic emissions from its extraction are seldom considered. Methane leaks are at wellheads can easily undo any purported reduction in greenhouse gas emissions when compared to old, dirty coal. Emissions from gas plants may be lower than that of coal, but we should not let that fact obscure the bigger picture. Our air quality along the Northern Front Range is horrible, and gas extraction to our east is a major contributing factor. It would be embarrassing for our supposedly forward-thinking community to increase demand for the fracking industry. Gas plants are supposed to address peak demand, but there are many more efficient, affordable, and far-sighted options available today. Massive battery projects approved or underway in Saudi Arabia, Chile, and other countries around the world. Chinese citizens currently have 2/3 of the carbon footprint that American citizens have. and their emissions are only going to go down. Last year, globally, twice as much money was spent on renewable energy and grid upgrades as money spent on non-renewable power worldwide. Pumped storage hydropower projects are in the works in California and other states. Given our proximity to the foothills, this option should be on our table. If the Glade Reservoir project must be built, which I'm against, we should consider hydropower possibilities there instead of a gas plant as well. Form Energy is working on an iron air battery project in Maine for the same cost per kilowatt as the proposed gas plant. This is a reality. This is today. Many of these more climate and ecologically friendly options are cheaper in the long run. It seems that PRPA is willing to speculate favorably on the future of hydrogen conversion or the resale price of obsolete technology, but they speculate unfavorably on the prospects of a more aggressive battery storage approach. I experienced the 1997 and 2013 floods. I also remember colder winters with more snow as a kid. Addressing our carbon footprint may seem like an abstract issue, but it has everything to do with our community's well-being. And if the county doesn't take initiative, who will? On climate change, our nation has always exhibited a lack of strong leadership at the federal level. With the current abysmal situation in the White House and in Congress, it is even more important that local decision makers take initiative. Our utility is behind many other utilities throughout the state and the nation.
Your time is
Instead
up.
of continuing this trend, let's help set a standard.
Thank you. After so Doug's coming up. After Doug is Megan Bowden.
Thank you, and good afternoon, good evening now, Commissioners. I'm Doug Henderson, a local resident, speaking for the Sierra Club and the local Pooter Canyon Group with over 1,000 members in Larimer County. For years, the Sierra Club and others represented here have tried to engage PRPA in genuine discussions about its analyses and planning. For example, this document goes back 6 or 7 years when we engaged in an effort to do an in-depth analysis of the then considered options by PRPA and have discussion, and there have been many others. However, all of it was to no avail. PRPA consistently refused to share data and assumptions used in its analyses, which underpin its choices and its plans. To shield basic data from public scrutiny, PRPA hired consulting firms to conduct the analyses and provide recommendations, then claimed the data and analyses were proprietary, protected from public transparency. It has been classic black box planning, and it has failed the smell test. Our county's terrible air quality is an urgent problem, and it's getting worse. In 2019, Fort Collins was ranked number 24 worst ozone in the United States. Our air is now number 16. An earlier speaker said we're number 17. I looked yesterday. We are down now to number 16. We are on a race to the bottom in terms of air quality. And we were told earlier that maybe PRPA isn't really a significant player in that. Sue McFadden showed you a chart where PRPA cranks up its ozone precursing generators on high alert ozone days. They crank them up and they sell the electrons not to the 4 municipalities, but for high profits outside its immediate service area. So it may be nonprofit in some sense, but some of it would look like it's a pretty darn profit-driven entity, and it kind of belies the notion of a nonprofit. PRPA's Rawhide facility is the largest single source of ozone pollution in Larimer County and maybe in the whole northern Front Range. Every county resident suffers health harm and lower quality of life because of Rawhide's pollution. Yet PRPA operates Rawhide without any consideration to people's health. Look at those graphs in some detail. Looking ahead, PRPA plans to build new gas-fired turbines and will continue pollution from Rawhide, continuing harm to people's health for decades to come. PRPA is very good at polished, persuasive presentations about its plans. I've attended its dog and pony shows offered to the public, and and I've attended other ones such as this one. But the devil's in the detail, and not included, and what's not included. There are crucial questions regarding public health, environmental impacts, finance, and other considerations. We fully join Northern Colorado partners and others in asking the county to hit the pause button and to require an independent, credible, transparent review of PRPA's information and plans, such as by NREL or possibly the PUC, prior to approving PRPA's 1041 application. It was noted. Thank you. I think you get my message.
Thank you. Is Megan Bowden here? And after Megan is Ashley Knapp.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Megan Bowden. I'm a Loveland resident and a sustainability consultant for new construction. I'm here today as a concerned citizen, questioning the need for the 5 new methane burning turbines and the air pollution they will bring to our community. PRPA's plan is not about keeping the lights on. It's about selling power to the Southwest Power Pool, while we, the residents, bear the cost in higher electric bills, 6% rate hikes per year, and dirtier air. And what worries me most is the increasing demand for data centers. Large-scale buildings that require enormous amounts of electricity 24/7 to facilitate our cloud storage and AI, etc. The proposed turbines won't be just for seasonal backup. They'll be running full throttle, polluting our air nonstop. Since the power pool transactions are driven by lowest cost, natural gas, being the cheapest option, will be the go-to source, running constantly. And when hydrogen eventually becomes viable, they'll have little incentive to transition because the new technology will be more expensive. Larimer County has some of the worst air quality in the country. It's a trifecta of fossil fuel combustion, including by power plants, intense sunlight, and our mountainous geography trapping the pollution. We can't change our mountains or sunshine, but we can change how we generate power. The solution is a transition from fossil fuel to cleaner, smarter alternatives. I'd like to note that Aspen Electric Utility reached its 100% renewable energy goal in 2015. The city's electricity is generated by wind, solar, and hydropower. This commission has the power to protect our air quality. If you approve these turbines, you'll greenlight more smog, more asthma, more heart disease, more cancer. But if you deny this permit, you take the first step towards reclaiming the clear mountain views that we had 20 years ago and ensuring a healthier future for us all. I urge you to deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, Ashley. And then after Ashley is Pat Berger.
Hello, Commissioners. Hi. My name is Ashley Knapp. I'm from Loveland. I'm also here as a concerned citizen. I'd like to ask you to deny the PRPA 1041 permit as it stands now and only reconsider the permit if the applicant is able to provide better information. It is misleading to say that this is the only path to reliable, cheap energy and that burning fossil fuels reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Like others, I'm concerned that this 1041 permit application does not meet all review criteria. When I read the document, I zeroed in on criterion C, because let's be honest, the alternatives analysis is a little bit thin, but somehow full of old ideas and bad assumptions. We need a second opinion. Some environmental consultants are experts in fossil fuel developments, while others focus on emerging technologies. I wonder what a forward-thinking consultant would conclude, but my guess is that they would probably recommend something like a virtual power plant instead of another natural gas plant. The other part of the document that I think is a little thin is the plan of operations. It is my understanding that the 1041 permitting process is intended to regulate the construction and operation of these kinds of projects. While the permit application addresses things like fugitive dust during construction, there is no guarantee that they won't operate the gas turbines in warmer summer months or high ozone days. An updated analysis of alternatives is needed, and a detailed plans of operations are absolutely necessary to ensure the best outcome for our community. Without this critical information, I request that you deny the permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Pat?
Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Pat Berger. I know some of you. I am the president of the Larimer County League of Women Voters. I'm here representing over 350 members of Larimer County who are members of the League. We are a nonpartisan political organization. We're also a nonprofit. So, dear Larimer County Commissioners, the League of Women Voters has long supported environmentally sound policies that encourage the use of renewable resources and reduce pollution. We also support the public's right to know about pollution levels, dangers to health and the environment, and proposed resource and management policies and options. Consistent with our advocacy positions, we object to the Platt River Power Authority's proposal to install 5 new natural gas burning combustion turbines to supplement power production as antithetical to set goals for curtailing our reliance on fossil fuels. These turbines would further contribute to toxic air pollution in northern Colorado for many, many years to come. We are also concerned that PRPA has not completely and accurately presented the merits of the proposed facility as required by the SPAR review criteria C. That's the most important thing here. We are very concerned that they have not completely and accurately presented the merits of the proposal as required in that review criteria C. We believe PRPA has shown reluctance to accept technical input from independent experts during the study process, have not published the data from their feasibility study, and refuse to allow third-party review of their findings. This leads us to question whether PRPA has adequately considered reasonable siting and design alternatives. We lack trust. And what's wrong with a third-party review? We align ourselves with many other organizations you've heard from to consider a third-party review necessary. Without stronger evidence supporting a conclusion that the proposal is the best alternative available, we believe the county commissioners are obligated to deny the permit request. I'll give you copies of this letter. I just want to say also in closing, I worked for over 20 years in the electric utility business, and I have many family members in the electric utility business, including some that are involved with long-range battery backup. So I know that this is a possibility. Please consider our request. Thank you.
Joe Rowan, and after Joe is Aaron Lenhoff.
Good evening, Madam Commissioner and members of the board. My name is Joe Rowan. I did want to point out a colleague of mine, Ann Hutchison, sent a letter from the chamber. I just wanted to note that for the record. I'm not speaking on behalf of the chamber, however. I'm a citizen of Fort Collins, and first I think what needs to be pointed out is that it's being presented as if renewable energy sources are virtuous from an environmental standpoint. And I would just invite you and anybody in the audience to visit some of the places I've been where those materials are extracted, transported, and discovered. It's anything but a clean process. And so what we're really talking about is pushing our air into somebody else's backyard. When we really push for more environmental sensitive technologies. It's not. It's just somewhere else. The other thing I think has come up is that you're being asked really to consider changing the rules after the cards have been dealt. And so this idea that you would now impose a third-party review, that's not part of the application process. And so it would be inappropriate to change the rules once they've been written and everyone is moving in that direction. So I'd really caution you from pursuing that idea. The other thing that I think is really most important is it's a matter of accountability. And when I look at the speakers and the folks that have been involved in this process, certainly members from the community, all well-intentioned. And some of them have expertise that could be very valuable, and I don't deny that. However, PRP did have to go through a process to determine who had the expertise that was specific to their particular issue and the problems they're trying to solve. And to suggest that PRPA is anything but accountable, I would say is patently false, because 3 largest communities in Larimer County represent the 4 members of that board. And they are, in fact, elected leaders of those communities, and they are very much held accountable for both the reliability and cost and the environmental sensitivity of everything that PRPA does. And so it's not as if PRPA is held in insulation from the community. They are, in fact, the community. And so they are very much accountable. So when power goes out in the middle of the night, we're not going to be calling the environmental groups that thought that some theory that they're proposing would be a better alternative. We can't call them when our CPAP machine goes out. Can't call them when my company, the power goes out and I have to send everyone home. Those are issues that we really need to consider tonight, and that is the economy of northern Colorado, because we can pursue this where it's 100% renewable. But if our economy suffers because of the lack of reliability and the cost, there's no reason for us to be here tonight, because you'd be talking to an empty room, and PRPA wouldn't be planning on expanding. So it really is a matter of accountability, and I would choose them over members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Aaron is next, Aaron Linhoff, and then Leo Grassens after that. Who isn't?
Leo and Kathy are gone.
Oh, Leo and Kathy are gone. All right. Well, Aaron, you're Aaron, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead,
Hi,
Aaron.
my name is Aaron Linhoff. I'm a resident of Fort Collins. The Platt River Power Authority is coming to you today to request a building permit for 5 new gas turbines. They will do their best to convince you of the necessity of these turbines for the sake of the people of Larimer County. However, the people of Larimer County are here to express the opposite. And I will say almost unanimously, except for people who don't believe in clean energy, which I have no comment on. Not only are these turbines unnecessary, they're actively harmful to people living here. The burden of proof rests on PRPA to provide sufficient data supporting the need for building such harmful facilities. Have they been able to carry this burden? Not even close. There has been a suspicious lack of transparency with PRPA's quote-unquote supporting data and analyses, making it more difficult for other third-party groups and experts to review. PRP claims the necessity lies in possible energy droughts that our renewable energy wouldn't be able to support. However, their so-called evidence relies on misguided assumptions, fear-mongering, and complete dismissal of alternate options. They claim renewable energy can't stand on its own, when I know PRPA themselves knows that it can. They were taking steps in the right direction with projects on their docket, such as expanding battery energy storage, building new wind and solar facilities, joining the Southwest Power Pool, and planning on establishing the infrastructure for a virtual power plant, which is a network of energy resources that work together to balance supply and demand on the power grid. However, some higher-ups at PRPA seem to have selective amnesia when it comes to their energy alternatives and current projects that are moving our state forward. That selective amnesia also extends to all the promises they've made about achieving 100% renewable energy by 2030. What a joke that promise has become in the light of today's permit request. After witnessing PRPA's inexplicable lack of transparency, their behavioral contradictions, and their fear-mongering in place of real data, I have only one conclusion to come to. No, I do not think building 5 new gas turbines will help serve the people of Larimer County. I think building 5 new gas turbines will help serve the Platte River Power Authority's bottom line. And that is not what we are here to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. John, you're saying Leo and Kathy are not here? Looks like they're not. No. Okay, so we'll move to Ira. And after Ira is Jonah.
Hello, sorry if I'm a bit awkward. This is my first time doing something like this. My name is Ira, and I want to thank you guys for holding this hearing. I understand that your jobs and your decisions that you make every day, they're not easy, and I know that you guys don't take them lightly, so I just wanted to observe and thank you for that. My statement is primarily to give you my perspective and thus the perspective of many other average people in your constituency. The decision you are making today is not just about the health of the environment and of the people in this community, it is also about the trust of your constituents. I found this on the Fort Collins website. It says, the Our Climate Future Plan calls for providing 100% renewable electricity as part of the community-wide carbon reduction goal of 80% by 2030, which, as we know, is 5 years from now. And then also on the Colorado Energy Office site, it says Colorado's two largest sources of emission are the power sector and transportation. Just to kind of give you a view of what we see as constituents. The plan to add methane turbines to our power grid sets up an infrastructure that is not aligned with our goals as a county and as a state. Furthermore, when citizens see a promise like that, and then they see actions potentially like this, it is taken as a severe compromise to the trust that they have in their officials. I implore you when making this decision to keep your constituents' trust, and I implore you to please explore alternatives to the construction of more methane turbines. And since I have a little bit more time, I also find it a little funny that most of the supporters are talking about the risk of ICUs losing power, but they're also not really talking about how clean air would actually probably decrease the amount of resources that hospitals need for all of the issues that are caused by ozone. So I just want to throw that in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ira. Next, Jonah Salahi, and after that, Bill Althouse.
Hi, my name is Jonah Salahi. I am one of the co-chairs of the Fort Collins chapter of Democratic Socialists of America, and I am here today in opposition to the permit for new fossil fuel infrastructure. I would like to say first, there is not a silent majority in favor because the majority don't even know that this is happening. So I'd like to start with where this permit was discussed before it came here before you. The planning board approved the 1041 permits on a 5-4 decision. That split reflects the fact that there were several members of that board that did not think that this plan met the county's environmental standards of permit approval, but were pressured into approval due to repeated arguments that if they voted no, they'd be taking away someone's oxygen or shutting off a NICU. These types of scaremongering tactics are attempts to pit vulnerable communities against each other in order to silence concerns about the air they breathe, the rates they pay, and the climate future they're leaving for their children. Let's be clear about this. If you vote to deny or delay this project, you are not going to force some decision maker to choose between sick babies and seniors on oxygen. That kind of argument only begins to sound credible if you significantly underestimate renewable capacity, pretend that there aren't places to obtain energy like the SPP, and ignore that most hospitals have backup generation that can last several hours. So why rely on such a hyperbolic example to make the case for permit approval? Because only conjuring such a dire and heart-wrenching situation shocks you enough to make you momentarily forget the fact that PRPA is abandoning its climate commitments. The decision you're making today is not a choice between powering hospitals, it's a choice of whether or not that power is clean. The actual health issues that require consideration, though, Larimer County is rated F by the American Lung Association for ozone, and the Fort Collins West Monitor is in the top 4 worst air quality monitors in the state. We need to be doing everything we possibly can to meet PRPA's commitment to achieving 100% non-carbon energy mix by 2030. And yet we haven't even seen the effort of an independent assessment that can determine whether clean solutions could provide the energy needed to meet our demands. We cannot afford to rush headlong in what will be decades more of pollution. We need to deny this application and investigate alternative solutions to meet our energy needs that will take into consideration the health and future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonah, is Bill Althouse here? It doesn't look like Bill is here.
Bill is actually online.
Oh, Bill's online.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So are the next 3 people online then?
Correct,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right. We'll go to Bill online then.
Bill, you are allowed to speak. If you could please unmute yourself.
You hear me?
We can.
Great. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners. My name is Bill Althouse. I live in Larimer. I'm just over the line, so I am not a Platt River customer. I'm an XL customer. However, I served on the Climate Smart Future Ready Task Force of the county. And one of the issues in that process is your greenhouse gas inventory assessment excluded Platte River. It only considered emissions based on consumer use. So I had objected a number of times during that process and the greenhouse gas assessment that Platte River was excluded, even though they could be producing for export. We get the emissions, not the power, but not included in the county's assessment of emissions. I also served for a year on Fort Collins's energy board, where I had multiple opportunities to ask direct questions of Platte River, and I'm a bit of a technical expert, and they refused every request. I had to go to information records requests in order to get access to any real data as a member of the Energy Board. And also, I'm the Chief Technology Officer of the Colorado Renewable Energy Cooperative, a virtual power plant that is an intervener right now in the PUC case, setting the rates for local people behind our meters at our homes and businesses to produce energy on XL Grid for compensation. So as commissioners, you already have, in essence, a review, a third-party review of the future of innovation, because all your XL customers in Larimer County will be, by the end of the year, to be the replacement for natural gas peakers. You know, virtual power plants aggregate together everybody's resources. One of the things that Platte River refused to consider, they projected 40,000 EVs in their service territory by 2030 as load only. All of China and Australia have already gone to electric vehicles as battery storage for the grid. So if you looked at the 40,000 EVs that Platte River is projecting in their service territories, that's 400 megawatts of dispatchable capacity for 4 hours. Now, all EVs will have this capability by the end of this year, and this will be a global standard long before this gas plant comes online. So you've got your feet in two worlds. A lot of your citizens have an opportunity to become the energy producers that replace natural gas peakers. And on the other side of the Fort Collins city line, you have people that are going to bear a 60% rate increase. Platte River is asking for billions of dollars of new investments, while your other citizens...
Thank you, Bill. I'm sorry to say your time is up, but thank you for speaking this afternoon. We'll move to Rick Casey.
Rick Casey, you're allowed to speak. If you could please unmute yourself.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Very good. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rick Casey, and I live in Fort Collins. Thank you for letting me make these public comments as a concerned citizen. I've been closely following this controversy since it began and maintain a blog for the Larimer Alliance about these local environmental issues. I've also been teaching environmental economics at Front Range Community College since 2009 and talk to my students about these issues nearly every day. I hope the Commissioners will deny the PRPA its 1041 permit for the following reasons. This gas plant is so controversial due to the considerable uncertainty regarding how one analyzes this complex proposal. Some interpretations of this proposal by technically skilled experts indicate that this gas plant might not be needed at all. Think about that. Maybe not needed at all. But if it does get built, it's going to be paid for us by their customers by raising its estimated our retail rates by 6% a year for 10 years. That's a significant amount of money for most people, especially people on fixed incomes. It will also mean burning the natural gas to power it for decades to come. If I may remind you, we are in a climate emergency, and the need to reduce our burning of fossil fuels is becoming more urgent with each passing year. I believe most of your constituents are very concerned about climate change and do not want you to make such large investments in more fossil fuel infrastructure, particularly when cleaner alternatives exist. There's also evidence that this entire proposal is primarily due to the efforts of one man, and that is entirely contrary to the public spirit in which a municipally owned utility should be run. We should be making this enormous and critical decision in a transparent, democratic way that will benefit all PRPA customers and not based on the recommendations of a management culture that is dominated by a single individual. Please deny the permit and get a third opinion about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sam Ashback.
Sam Ashback, you're allowed to speak. If you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sam Ashbach Slottick. I'm a lifelong Colorado resident, and I live in Loveland now. During the 3 decades that I've lived here, the change has been shocking. From the family home high on the hills, I can look down in the mornings, and I usually see the whole front range smothered horizon to horizon in a thick layer of foul gray-yellow smog. Unless you regularly see this vantage point, it is hard to understand how we daily swim through a toxic fog like fish in a polluted sea. As a result of the beauty and many appeals of our community, we are experiencing a crisis of air pollution. And while the phase-out of coal-fired capacity is an unalloyed good, we have to make wise choices in replacing it. So it's essential that we find a way to generate enough reliable baseload power to meet our demands, and I empathize with the fact that your work, commissioners, requires thankless, difficult decisions. That is precisely why I urge you to vote no on the 1041 permit. PRPA itself, in its 2024 IRP, considered an alternative plan with small changes, which was designed to place a fair dollar value on the externalized costs of carbon emissions. I urge the county commissioners to ask the applicant about this carbon-imposed cost portfolio, which was alluded to earlier by Speaker Kevin Cross. PRPA itself deemed this plan to, direct quote, present a workable path. And I urge you, commissioners, to ask the applicant about the obscure but really critical terms referenced earlier, quote, path dependence and technological lock-in. This proposal has been shaped by the preferences of a public authority in an institution which is not truly democratic. And please remember, infrastructure proposals are by definition always couched in language of what experts have determined to be optimal. Nobody will ever come before you, commissioners, and say outright, we have chosen the second best approach. But optimality is partly a question of what we value. A no vote demonstrates that you, as elected officials, understand that the citizens of our county, the citizens who have spoken here today, want and demand radical changes, including the absolute bare minimum of further investment in fossil fuel generation. 4 years from now, your constituents will drive, bike, and walk to polling places through air that will be noticeably cleaner and healthier to breathe, or dirtier and more foul, as a partial result of your decision this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. So that's the last speaker we had signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that's present right now that wanted to give public comment that did not have an opportunity to sign up? Raise your hand if so. All right, all right, please come forward then.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Travis Walker. I'm the director of Light and Power and in Fort Collins. I've worked there for 27 years. Sorry I didn't get signed up, or thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. The bottom line is that we do want to do better. And the cities and PRPA have been working toward that end for a very long time now. And we have total faith in Platt River that they are doing the right thing to meet those goals. You've heard from a lot of impassioned community members tonight that think about these things in the right way. We all care about the climate, and we do need to make changes, and we are on the path to make all of that happen. It's just a little too much too soon to get there without using these gas resources. the cost that it would take to do all battery storage or other renewables right now would make rates incredibly high. And it's a sad state of affairs that we can't do that right now and, fix it earlier. But we are on the path to do so. And we will continue to work on that as time goes forward. Just as an example, we are helping Platt River work on a small-scale battery storage project as one of the cities, as are the other 3 cities. It is a very time-consuming, legal, expensive process, even for a small battery installation right now. I can speak to that from experience. We think that will get better also, but it's going to take a little more time to get to where that's an efficient process with efficient batteries to make those things happen. So I just kind of want to reiterate what Joe said earlier about, these folks are impassioned folks and they're thinking about the right things. And the Platte River Board, the councils, the mayors of all 4 cities have taken all these things into consideration, and we are in support of Platte River in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Is there anyone else who didn't get a chance to speak that would like to speak? Anyone in the room? Let's move online and see if there's anyone online who would like to speak who didn't get signed up.
If there's anyone that's online that would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function now or *9. Again, that is *9 or by using the raise hand function. There are no hands raised.
All right. Well, then we will close public comment, and I will offer the applicants 5 minutes of rebuttal. To respond to some of what you've heard. You've heard a lot, so 5 minutes is a short amount of time, but we will likely re-ask some of those questions if you don't have time to answer some of what you've heard. So,
I do have a few slides, materials. Given that it's 5 minutes, I think probably can't get through everything in the 5 minutes, but I do want to focus maybe on air quality for those 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's up to you what you want, but that sounds fine.
Okay. Thank you, County Commissioners, again for this opportunity to speak more on the project. Do want to quickly appreciate all the public comment and public participation this evening. Larimer County residents are standing up to have their voices heard, and we're listening to some of the topics that they're bringing up. Specifically, wanted to get into some of the technical details about the air permit application, which again is running in parallel to the land permit process here with Larimer County. That goes through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and more specifically the Air Pollution Control Division. And so we've requested a construction air permit that would have very strict permit limitations, operational limitations, evaluations on air quality impact, and how that complies with both state and federal air quality regulations. The air permit application was included kind of as a reference to where you can download it. It itself is a pretty hefty document, so it would have just added to the page number of that 1041 application. But more specifically, we were required, or we actually voluntarily looked at air modeling analysis prior to it being required as this permit application. We had a hired consultant look at that evaluation. And there's some acronyms I'm going to throw around, but I promise I'll try and keep it minimal. So there's a lot of language up here in the top right, and I really just want to speak to what's highlighted. So the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, considers a source whose individual impact falls below a SIL, which is a significant impact level, to have a de minimis impact on air quality concentrations. So when we did our air quality analysis, we were required to evaluate the air emissions from the turbines only themselves. And we actually did that air modeling for 6 units versus 5. I can speak a little bit as to why 6 was presented in the air permit application, but given that we're proposing 5, all of the air quality impacts you're seeing on this presentation, it can be assumed it will only get better as we do an evaluation of 5 turbines, which is part of the technical review. More specifically, if you look at this graphic, these are the criteria pollutants that have ambient air quality standards set by the federal government, by the EPA. These pollutants that have the 4 red arrows, those were it's 2 pollutants at 2 different type of timelines. Those did exceed the SIL, so we were required to model them further, looking at the entire facility's impact from an air quality perspective. But I did want to highlight all other pollutants were below the established SIL. So because of that, we were not required to model them further because, again, per the policy of EPA, it's determined that those emissions to be de minimis and don't have air quality impacts to a significant level. When we actually did the full facility evaluation, and in that evaluation, we made very conservative assumptions where Unit 1 was operating, all 6 aeroderivative turbines were operating, and all 5 current frame turbines were operating. As we've discussed before, we don't have the operational flexibility to do that. We have constraints at Rawhide to be able to push that out, but again, to protect air quality and to look at this evaluation, we modeled kind of this greatest impact, largest amount of operation scenario. And so for the 4 pollutants, and apologies if it's a little short on text, but both pollutants in the 2 different operating timelines met the ambient air quality standard, which means that when you evaluate the public health impacts, by meeting the ambient air quality standards, we're doing everything that the federal government and the state of Colorado has established to protect the air quality and protect the public, specifically Larimer County residents. So although these operations will have emissions, and it should be noted that the emissions from these turbines will have what we call post-combustion controls, meaning that we'll have what we call a selective catalytic reduction SCR system that's intended to reduce NOx emissions by nearly 90%, and an oxidation catalyst, which is designed to specifically mitigate carbon monoxide, but it's also going to reduce VOC emissions, the other ozone precursor, by up to 50%. So even though these units are going to have emissions, they will be controlled to extremely low levels, kind of the lowest that some of these manufacturers will even guarantee. So I just wanted to highlight that the ambient air quality standards were evaluated and protected through the air modeling exercise. I'll quickly touch on this, and we can provide this information to the record as well, but these are just some of the assumptions that we made on how the units operate, and what it tends to show is you can see typically permit limit, startup shutdown limit. We assumed the greatest amount of emissions from the units as they operated to, again, try and estimate what that largest impact from an air quality perspective would be. And then lastly, I'll just kind of read some of this orange text, but basically, although not required, a minor source impact analysis and assessment of the project, secondary ozone PM 2.5 was conducted. And basically, EPA approach, we determined that 42% of the SIL, meaning that air quality is protected, was below the SIL when we did ozone modeling. So, sorry, that was a lot, and I do have some more to get to through various questions, and I'd be happy to answer any specific questions commissioners have on review criteria.
All right, and I believe there will be some questions, so who wants to get started with questions? Commissioner Cavalis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the information. I'm wondering how what you just shared with us, Matt, relates to a previous comment in the graph that we saw regarding high ozone alert days and operating the gas turbines during those times. Is there a way to limit that kind of operation?
Thank you, Commissioner. So I think there's been quite a bit of analysis that we've done just with ozone impacts and air quality impacts. I know that the Regional Air Quality Council is also continuing to work on regional air quality impacts and what sources are contributing the most ozone precursors to various monitors throughout the non-attainment area. So when we talk about restricting operation on a high ozone day, if those turbines are called upon to operate, it's because the grid needs them. It's because there's a deficiency in load capacity somewhere, and those turbines are a reliability safety net, even if temperatures are high and demand is high. So although high ozone days are typically going to be in those summer time frames when temperatures are warm, maybe winds are stagnant, and it kind of allows those concentrations to build up, limiting their operations difficult to predict because we could restrict their operations hypothetically, but we might create a reliability issue in the same situation. So I think in those scenarios, we don't want to compromise reliability. However, there is extensive information available through RAC's website and some of the studies that are going on through the 2026 SIP that show what are the predominant sources that are causing high ozone, specifically at the Fort Collins West and Fort Collins Mason monitors. And I think from some of the information that county staff presented, electric generating units or point sources, we are in that mix. We're at about a 4% contribution based on 2016 to 2022 data. And we are seeing our emissions kind of continue to go down as we bring on more renewables and we get closer and closer to Unit 1's retirement. So that was kind of a roundabout answer to go back to specifically what you asked. High ozone days, can these units be stopped? It would have to be a discussion with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on an operational perspective, but I don't think we can entertain that at this time because there's a high probability we'd have reliability challenges if we artificially curb those units if the market's saying that they need to be operated. As well as NOx and VOCs will be controlled to high levels even if they do need to operate.
Thank you, Matt. One thing I'd like you all to consider is, there's a part of me that would like to add as a condition of approval that you have that conversation with CDPHE to see if there is a way to do this that doesn't address or create liability issues or that sort of thing. And so I don't know what you would say about that, Matt. You're the expert. I'm just a regular county commissioner.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Commissioner Kafalis. I think we will continue to have the conversations and try and see what gives us the best flexibility and complies with the relative laws and standards that we'll be subject to. So we'll continue these conversations, but at this time, I don't think we can commit to making those operational constraints because, again, if these turbines are needed, even if ozone is high, there is evidence to indicate that NOx and VOCs are going to be controlled to significant levels. There's data showing what magnitude of impact do power plants have kind of in the general area. But I think we'd have a reliability challenge because, again, if those units need to be called upon, there's a reason for sure.
And I appreciate that, Matt, very much. And I do appreciate everyone's engaged in this discussion, which is very complex in my view, in a very genuine way. I would like you to think about putting some kind of parameters on those conversations. I get it. We will continue to have conversations with CDPHE, but what I'm going to be asking is that there be some specific parameters or some outcome of those conversations, some intentionality behind those conversations. So y'all might be thinking about that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to clarify that the conversations or commitments to have conversations with CDPHE on how units would operate on high ozone days, is that the...
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think we can certainly consider it and have those conversations which are continuing or which are ongoing with the state and see where that comes.
Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
Oh, I get another one?
Actually,
why don't I kind of hold back a bit and process, think, and I'm sure Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
I have a few questions, but I'll just start with one or two for now. I've heard some information and saw some things in the minutes. Can you clarify for me, is there amount of resources that you had to bring to be part of that Southwest Power? Is it Southwest Power pool? Did you say you had to show up with and I think maybe the mayor had mentioned this, show up with enough resources to show you can meet your need, and so you have to have the amount just to be part of the pool before you can join, or can you show up with what you project to have and then you can be a part of this pool? I'm kind of confused with are you part of the pool and this is an opportunity to sell and buy, or do you have to show up with this projected source in the portfolio to be a part of the pool? Am I making my question clear?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I don't think I'm the right person to be able to answer it, unfortunately. I might call upon some assistance on that. Thank you.
Sorry, I was already getting out of my seat. Thank you for the question, Commissioner.
Could you please paraphrase the question for my sake?
Sure. So the question is, what is required of market participants before they enter Southwest Power Pool from a resource adequacy perspective? So within the Southwest Power Pool and most RTOs except ERCOT, you do have a requirement for how much you have to show up with. One of our staff members internally actually calls it like a potluck. You can't be the one who shows up with like 6 little buffalo wings at the Super Bowl party. Everybody has to bring enough for everyone. So what you actually have to bring to the table is, say your summer peak is projected to be 1,000 megawatts and the planning reserve margin is 20%. That means you have to show up at the table with 1,200 megawatts. So it's not just what you need to serve, it's the additional 20% on top of that. And why do we do that? That is because of things like Storm Uri, heat waves. This is an imprecise and everything we know about a forecast is that it will be wrong, and we're a health and safety company, so we have to make sure that we show up with enough to provide for all contingencies. The other piece of it is that 20% ensures that if somebody has a unit that falls offline, or if perhaps they do have less solar and wind that just the weather doesn't show up for them, then we can provide, and vice versa. If we end up not having capacity off of our renewables, they can show up for us.
Thank you for that. So being part of that, the only scenario that was maybe considered to have enough to be able to show up to meet that 20% above the summer peak wave, I have that correct? I hope.
Yeah, it may not be 20%, it could be 22%. We don't know what it's going to be yet for the West.
Okay, so this was the only scenario looked at to be able to meet, to come with that portfolio to be a part of that?
No, we looked at that, and we also looked at, which dark calm does sound like terribly ominous. The other industry term for it is Dunkelflaut, which is a German term for it, and it's not meant to be absolute, as in there's absolutely no sun and there's absolutely no wind. It essentially means there's not enough wind and solar to meet our load obligation. So it's that concept of how do we fill in that gap when we do have a cloudy day and it's just not enough solar, or maybe we have, a particular ozone day where we don't have the wind. So it's that we looked at that as well. So if we looked at a day where there was not enough solar and wind, where we could, when we were looking at the scenario with batteries, if we don't have enough solar or wind, enough generation, how do we charge the batteries? So that's why that 5-day period is so important for those, for the dark calm, because we have to look at, do we have resources to actually recharge those batteries? And that's where that expense comes in.
So if I might, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that answer, I see that maybe you're...
Sure.
Let me just jump in real quick and make a couple points. Jason Frisbee, the CEO of Platt River. One of the things that I think keeps getting missed, that I've heard in a lot of comments that I want to clarify, is the quote-unquote market. So we're not connected very robustly to the traditional SPP market that spans 12, 13 states, that has a lot of gas and coal and nuclear and other things. We're trying to form a brand new market right up along the front range of Colorado, with Colorado Springs, Tri-State Utilities, United Power. There's a lot of us in here, so we're trying to do something that's never been done before. And we're doing it with a bunch of utilities that are in the middle of rapid decarbonization. And so when we're talking about things like planned reserve margins and effective load carrying capacities, things we know to be true are the more renewables you put on the system, the less they count towards being there at time of peak, because it tends to shift the peak and flatten it out. So it's not a simple answer of going, well, just add more wind or just add more solar. There's a point of diminishing return. The other piece of the equation is what Malik referenced is we don't have official numbers from the new market that we're forming as to what the planned and reserve margin should be, because there's no evidence to go back, look historically and see with this level of renewables, what should be sufficient. We can see what's taken place in other areas of the country. When we had big storms, we saw what happened in Texas. Whoever spoke, 100% correct. They defected from the union. They didn't want to be connected to anybody. And theirs was more of a weatherization issue, right? The facilities that were offline couldn't start up because it was too cold out. And so they're trying to figure out how to deal with that. They could have been. There's 2 utilities in the state of Texas, by the way, that didn't lose power. They were connected outside of there, El Paso and Amarillo, right? And so it's not that markets are inherently bad. They have their purpose in different scenarios, but I keep hearing this same point that we can just buy from the market whenever we want. And the market, let's be clear who it is. It's a group of us utilities along the Front Range that are creating this with the help of SPP administering it. We have maybe 1,000, Malik could get more specific, 1,000 megawatts of transfer capacity to the eastern side of the market, but that's about it. And you're talking about a load combined with utilities of 5, 6, 7,000 megawatt hours of Excel drawings, it would be twice that. Again, all utilities trying to decarbonize, nothing to point to, never been done before. We're going to be a little conservative when we go into that and make sure that we conserve our load as we move forward. So that's a piece that I think is missed that I wanted to just weigh in on. It's not we're connected to all 13 states and we can do whatever we want. And Commissioner Kavalis, one of your points I think that you made about this idea, we will look into, operation in certain scenarios, but we could be on the other side of that equation. And we would need to purchase from the market to make sure that we were reliable. And so the market kind of starts to fall apart when people were withholding resources. That's why they're typically driven by pricing incentives. But it doesn't always work. Markets fall apart. Stock markets have triggers to where they stop them because things have gone out of control. I had a conversation with a gentleman that was one of the 2 original designers of ERCOT, and I asked him, I had a chance to ask him, unique opportunity. I said, if you had it to do over again, what would you have done different? I would have suspended the market and just served load. We tried to force pricing to incentivize behavior, and we lost control of the market to the point that the only choice we had left was to shut down consumption until we caught up with supply. They came within about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on who you believe, of blacking out the whole state. And so markets are efficient until they're not. And so it's not the be-all, end-all. And you got to think of both sides of the market. You're a buyer sometimes, you're a seller sometimes. But the general premise is, between all of you, you can do a better job of integrating renewables on the system and enabling a deeper level of renewable penetration amongst all participants, which is good for the environment. That's the general premise.
Other questions, Commissioner?
Yeah. So, part of the criteria, and I'm specifically talking about E, is the proposed project incorporates and reflects the growth, development, and environment mitigation policies of the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan and the development centers ensure that development, to the greatest extent possible, has mitigated any impacts to the environment and natural resources. So, what I hear is talking about markets and rates, but I'm wondering how this relates to meeting the growth and development and projected demand of the population for this county and your customers, because you're talking about markets and getting in part of this, but this criteria talks about the growth and development and policies inside our plan. And so how is how is this really addressing that criteria, that this is meeting that and not just trying to have the right portfolio to start this new network.
So one of the reasons why there was a caveat in the resource diversification policy that was put forward in 2018 to join a market is because, number one, the markets allow greater penetration of renewables, but it also allows us to manage our portfolio better. I used to work for the Midwest ISO, or the Mid-Continent ISO, which is the RTO just to the east of SPP. And one of my projects was doing a value proposition for the entire market and how much it was worth. We saved billions of dollars for the utilities, but that was because of the transmission planning, all of the efficiencies in the way that we were dispatching the units. But a big part of it was that planning reserve margin that is set is typically lower than what an individual utility would have to carry on their own. Because as you imagine, if you are a utility, you're your own island, you're only worried about generating for your own load, you're a much smaller piece of the pie, right? And you're just hoping that if you're in a moment of need, all of the other partners around you in the region have enough resource adequacy to help you out if you need it. And they're hoping the same of you. But there's no criteria. There's no accountability. There's no one saying, hey, you have to have 20%, 30%, what have you. So whenever you're joining a market, that is a part of the calculation, is that our planning reserve margin should be able to be lower because we're in the RTO than if we were not. And then on top of that, we have the accountability that's provided by the market to make sure that all of the utilities were in partnership. They're showing up to the table with what they need in order to serve their peak load plus the planning reserve margin too.
Okay. So we'll go back to your slides that you were talking about the air quality, and they're not in our packet and kind of things that were just, new information. Because I still have concerns about criteria E and C with the any kind of use of this, especially during high ozone days, and the release of emissions into our atmosphere with our already bad air quality. And I know you didn't get to present this all the way, but I did see the tool. You talked about the percentage of the sill that. Can you go? Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to understand how. I see those. There's 4 over, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 under, and so you're saying that those are de minimis now. But I still see that NOx is over, and I'm just trying to understand how this doing this gas turbine is going to be the where's the word I'm looking for? That mitigate any impacts to the environment and natural resources and not significantly degrade the environment or exacerbate or worsen climate change. Because what I'm seeing there is still adding to the ozone, even with the technology you're talking about catching. Am I understanding those graphs that you've kind of flashed through?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So I think there's 2 ways that I'd like to look at that question as to how can criteria E1 specifically, the air quality criteria, be met. So when you look at the operations of the new turbines, I think to answer how they're going to operate and how they're going to impact the environment, we point back to the air quality modeling that was performed. And so when you're looking at this graphic, again, the significant impact level criteria is established by EPA to basically try and help streamline some evaluations. There's been some type of predetermined threshold that if you can stay below, it's understood that those emissions contribute a de minimis amount of impact to the ambient air quality. So we were required to evaluate all the pollutants at the various time frames that have an ambient air quality standard to them. So that's what this graphic is looking at. And it's evaluating to that SIL that is established by the state of Colorado through EPA. You are correct that there were 2 pollutants and each pollutant had 2 time frames that they were above the sill. So we look at 1 hour NO2, or typically NOx, and the annual NOx value, and then the 24-hour and annual value on the PM2.5. I do want to highlight that in the middle of this project, the EPA did lower the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for PM2.5. The annual standard was moved from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9, and we were still able to show compliance with that more stringent standard mid-project. So you do the evaluation to see what is your impact in comparison to the sill. If pollutants don't go above the sill, then it's determined it's de minimis and does not have a substantial impact on air quality. But for the ones that do, you have to then further evaluate, okay, including the new generation sources, what else at your facility that creates air quality impacts? How does that now stack up to the national ambient air quality standards? And so on this next slide, you can see that the pollutants in the time frames that did not pass the sill were then further evaluated, and that's that scenario that we talked about where we modeled a worst case scenario that showed Unit 1 at maximum operations, all 6 aeroderivative turbines that were done for this air quality assessment at maximum operations, and all 5 frame turbines that are currently up at Rawhide at maximum operations. And we did that, not that it's a realistic operating scenario, but the thought was to be conservative, to provide an opportunity to see what is the greatest impact we could practically have at Rawhide from any operation of gas or coal units. And if we can pass all the standards that we need to in that scenario, we've got strong confidence that actual operations, when we might have a combination of the aeroderivatives and partial load on Unit 1, or some of the frame units and the aeroderivatives, we've got confidence that actual operations with actual emissions won't exceed any ambient air quality standards because they're not going to be operated at this max worst case scenario. And so when you're looking at this graphic, the reason why you see the red text is if you were to just do a simple Google search of the ambient air quality standards, you do see the units move depending on the pollutant. Not sure why EPA does that, but they are interchangeable. They're basically 2 ways to measure and evaluate a concentration of a pollutant. So when you see NO2 or NOx, you can see that we presented all information in micrograms per cubic meter, but if you were to evaluate NO2 and just did a Google search on EPA, you would see it in parts per billion. So that's what that red text is supposed to show, is that's the equivalent part per billion value to the microgram per cubic meter that you're seeing. So in theory, for example, NO2 1 hour, the standard is in 100 part per billion. EPA has established that if you have a concentration outside or on your property line greater than that, then you are adversely impacting air quality. Our study, with very conservative operating scenarios, showed that we have 87 parts per billion, so 87% of the standard. And we've got great confidence that as we move to 5 turbines, as we move to actual operations, that impact is only going to get much better. You can see that also with the NO2 annual, so it's a 53 part per billion standard, and when you convert that, our impact is about 14 parts per billion. And we did do 2 scenarios. We modeled with Unit 1 operating and with Unit 1 retired. And so both of those evaluations are presented on this slide here. But again, the message is that all ambient air quality standards are met, meaning that public health is protected through those standards that EPA has established. And you can also see too, again, the standard moved from 12 to 9 on the annual PM2.5, and you see that we came in at 7.8. 7 of that 7.8 is just background that's in Larimer County. And then on the final, this is a slide that just talks about those conservative assumptions. I'm happy to come back to it. But I did want to touch on, there's been a lot of conversation tonight about ozone. And there is, a significant ozone challenge that the North Front Range non-attainment area has. And so we understand that the operation of these turbines, we're combusting natural gas. It's going to have emissions that are typical of combustion. But we're taking the next step to install those post-combustion controls to get as low of emissions as we practically can. And when I say that, it's reflective of some of those emission rates that you see in our air permit application. Those are about as low as vendors were comfortable going. So we are kind of pushing the envelope to get as minimal of an impact, because we understand that there are some challenges in this air quality area, and we want to make sure that if any operations do need to occur, again, these are as needed turbines. These will not be on 24/7. These are going to be on as needed. I believe my colleague Jace had a response to one of the planning commissioners. Would it be feasible to think that there's many scenarios where these turbines are not operating? Absolutely. There's going to be many days and many scenarios where these turbines just won't operate because they're not needed to provide reliability to the grid. But when they are needed, they are going to be absolutely critical to keeping reliability and keeping the grid stable. And so when we looked at what their impacts could be, again, as this worst case scenario, we voluntarily modeled ozone. We were not required to do that, but we went further to make sure that we did take a look at what ozone impacts would be. And there is a significant impact level for ozone. It's 1 part per billion. And this evaluation is only looking at the emissions from the new aeroderivative turbines. Again, similar to the other criteria pollutants, if you exceed a SIL, then you need to go further. The SIL is 1 part per billion. We came in at 0.42. So again, we were below the SIL. Going back to the EPA's definition, there's an inherent understanding that if you're below a SIL, it's an insignificant or a de minimis amount of impact to air quality.
Okay, I'm going to let my colleagues ask questions that help me walk through that slide better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kvalis.
Thank you for everyone's endurance. Your last comment there, Matt, triggered something, and that is this. When we're looking at these measurements, I think you said that they're focused on the new proposed air turbines. Shouldn't we be looking at the impacts based on the air turbines that currently are operating as well as the proposed new turbines?
Right. So that would, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. That evaluation would have occurred. It would have been a voluntary requirement, kind of a weird place to be in. We volunteered to do this. But I think, again, it comes back to this concept of the SIL, right? And it's similar to the other pollutants that we model. Since the SILs were, since the significant, sorry, I'm an acronym guy, apologies.
I got SIL.
Yeah, since those significant impact levels were not exceeded, right? We did not need to evaluate further some of the other criteria pollutants in that air quality, bigger air quality modeling assessment. Same concept here for ozone. That a further evaluation that could have been possible, but the SIL program is in place to kind of do that initial spot check. Is do we have enough emissions and enough of an impact to warrant that further, more detailed assessment? In going through what we did, it was determined that those emissions, again, there are emissions, we don't deny that, but it's at a level that even EPA considers de minimis. And again, coming back to when those units are operating compared to anything else, they've got SCR and oxidation catalysts minimizing NOx and VOCs as much as we practically can. So that assessment, because of the way that the process and the SIL programs established, was deemed not necessary. Again, it was all voluntary because, again, the SIL of 1 part per billion from an ozone contribution or impact was not exceeded.
Maybe one last. This may be my last question, and that is it's perhaps an overarching question, and I certainly understand that when the board, the Platt River Power Authority board in 2018 approved the
resource
diversification resource, and at the time they set a target of 100%. Carbon-free, non-carbon, renewable. I think there's a difference there, but by 2030, and I get it that things change, but I've seen different numbers. 90% by 2030, 85% by 2030, and then I've seen 85% by 2035. So there's a lot of percentages out there, and I'm wondering whether it's 2035 or perhaps 2040, having two sets of gas turbines, doesn't that contradict the goal of becoming carbon-free, whether it's 2035 or perhaps 2040? Isn't there a contradiction there? Gosh.
Well, I think in isolation, you could certainly draw that conclusion. But I think if you take a step back, we're trying to figure out how to keep the system reliable with intermittent resources. And there's been a lot of discussion tonight about there's better ways to do it than gas turbines. So there's a three-pronged approach at Platte River. There's gas, there's virtual power plant, which we're working on with the owner communities right now, and there's storage. We've actually been in negotiations with Forum Energy for over 4 years. I've been out to their factory. I have a bid on my desk that's 3 times more expensive than 4-hour storage right now, so it's cost prohibitive. It's not now, but it's going to be at some point in the future there. When the board passed a policy, they instructed me as the CEO, go as far as you can, as fast as you can. The goal is to get to 100, but not sacrifice the 3 pillars of the organization. So by 2030, the board had made a commitment with the state of Colorado that we'd exceed 80% emission reduction from 2005 levels. We're the first utility in the state to do that. Voluntarily, nobody made us do it. It was consistent with what the constituents wanted in the 400 communities, talked about it with the mayors, talked about the utility directors. Here we sit in 2025 and we're having to make decisions in a completely different world. COVID happened, supply chain issues happened. People assumed back in 2018, 2019 that the cost of renewables was going to be about $0.01 a kilowatt. I can tell you in just signing deals recently that it's not even close to that. It's 3 times what we projected it was when we did our first IRP. Right now we're signing deals for. And so this idea that it was going to be cheaper kind of changed along the way. And so it's not it, but when we get to zero, the gas turbines, I don't know if they'll ever run on hydrogen or not, but they have the ability to, if that's the best option in 2035 or 2040. But the hope is that long duration storage comes along and supplants it. The hope is that we build out enough virtual power plant with the owner communities that that's another shock absorber in the system. But going into this brave new world where we've never been before, in a market where we've never been, we want as many levers as we can to manage the system. And the last thing I'll say about it, and why I don't think it's inconsistent, it hasn't been mentioned tonight. We've talked a lot about markets. There's a flip side of a market, and that what we've seen since we've been in the energy imbalance market, and Mali's staff manages it, they're managing it right now on the desk. Every 5 minutes, we're balancing resources and buying and selling. For the most part, in our area along the Front Range, we've seen all our dispatchable resources lower in capacity factor. We've backed off of our coal units. We don't have to run our gas as much, and we're able to buy from the system until the market disrupts. And then the price becomes $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 a megawatt hour. And you want to have a hedge against that, because if you don't, you're buying into that market, and that's how utilities go bankrupt. So we want to, and everybody in the market knows what resources everybody has. And so again, it's about having many tools as you can in your toolkit to manage these things as you move forward. And so I don't know what the right date is, but this is as far as we could go, as fast as we could go. And as far as 85, 90, 93, what I would say about that is having a significant amount of renewables on the system now, we've seen plus or minus 5% output in wind and up to 7% solar on an annual basis just in the last few years since we've installed them. And so there's a bandwidth around, you make an assumption what they're going to produce on an annual basis, but we've already seen in 4 short years that there's quite a bit of volatility, even on an annual basis, in how much they produce. And so it would stand to reason that any projection we have would probably be plus or minus 3 or 4% on an annual basis, based on load growth, how much load we have to serve, and how our renewables perform. I hope that helps.
Can I just ask real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Since you're there and you're talking, I want to build off of Commissioner Cafals's question when he asked about where you have these the old five, that I'm sure are not as air quality conscious as the new ones are, and the 6. So you actually probably have data on how much you have used the 5.
Did you say the old 5?
The old.
Okay, I just want to know what you're talking about.
The old
existing turbines.
The existing turbines.
Got it.
The older ones.
Yeah.
Versus the other. So how the last 5 years? Just how much are those turbines?
Last year was like 3.2% capacity factor. I think probably in the last 5 years they've averaged about 2% capacity factor.
Can you make that? And I don't speak
okay.
Power Authority. You've been at that organization for 40 years.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't speak. Can
I give you an example that won't be used against me because it's just a hypothetical one? So let's just say we had 100 megawatts of gas. There's 8,760 hours in a year. Okay. So if that plant were running at full load, right? You can do 8,760 times 100. That would be 100% capacity factor. It was full load the whole year. The number I just quoted you is, out of that percentage, only 2% of the time is it running at full load throughout the year. It's if in a different business capacity utilization of any factory, right? It's output at 100% versus what does it produce. When we put in those turbines, it's not unusual. We did the IRPs back then, and the answer back then was we had a new kind of peaking load in the outer communities, so we needed to come up with something. We didn't need base load. We didn't need nuclear. We would have taken more hydro if we could have got it. We didn't need more coal. We needed what the market had come up with, which was frame turbines that were made to come on and run for 3, 4, 5 hours and then shut back down. So they come on at 3 in the afternoon, they'd shut off at 8 o'clock at night. And so that's why they run at such a little capacity factor. But they shouldn't be confused with an aeroderivative turbine, which you should think about as a shock absorber in the system. That turbine can go from 0 to 100 back to 0 in 15 minutes. And what Jace would tell you is there's not the operational consequences of the wear and tear on that turbine that there is on the frame units. Asking the existing turbines to balance renewables, I don't know, I guess it'd be like asking somebody to be an Uber driver in downtown San Francisco with a semi.
I'm not asking if it can balance that. I was just trying to understand how much.
Very little.
That you would need, that you're using it now, because you're saying these, your staff and you have been stating that you would not need these, but very rarely for intermittent reliability gap filling, right?
The new ones, we think about 13%.
So you would use them more?
Yes, because they're the most efficient, they're the least emitting, so you're going to want them to run more than the others. The others are typically going to run to serve an extended peak or a dark calm, whereas these are going to sit there and balance the intermittency on the system. They're the shock absorber on their side. Wind's going up and down, solar's going up and down. They're filling in the void to make sure that we can meet load every hour of the year.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner, I guess I'm Chair Pro Tem. So, did you have other questions, Commissioner Gonzalez?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Commissioner Stevens had questions.
We ought to wait a moment.
We'll wait a moment for her to come back. If you could just give us a moment. So, I don't know how long she'll be gone.
I imagine she went to the
bathroom. Here she is. Commissioner, no, you're fine, Commissioner Stevens. I think Commissioner Paulus and I are done with our questions for now, and then didn't know if you had questions.
Sorry about that. I am recovering from the flu, so 5 hours is a long time to be upright and functioning for me. So thank you for the patience. There's a couple questions that I felt like came from the audience that I wanted to ask about. One was sort of under that potentially that you were undercutting the amount of renewables that you were getting. So I heard from a couple of people that said you were potentially with the turbines generating more energy that you needed. So, and then under counting how many renewables you would have coming online, or how much electricity that would produce. So, could you just speak to that briefly?
Well, I'll do my best. So we have a pretty good idea on an annual basis based upon the location of a project and if it's solar or wind, what it's going to produce on an annual basis, even on a seasonal basis. We're starting getting more week, day, hour, it gets a little bit more difficult. And so there's discussion about what their capacity contribution is at time of peak or when you're trying to serve load. That's the real question you're trying to answer is when loads are the highest, typically right now in this region still, you are all still summer peaking utility. There's some thought with building electrification, it may switch over to winter peaking utility in 20 years or so, or 10 years, maybe by 2040. And so it's what can you attribute or the effective load carrying capacity of those resources to meet your load, right? 8,760 hours a year. And so what I tried to do earlier was reference this idea that we're in a market with other utilities that are doing the same thing. They're shutting down all of their coal assets and they're adding a bunch of renewables on the system. And so we're trying to make projections in a market that's never existed before with this level of renewables. And so, you know, I think it's probably prudent utility practice to be somewhat conservative when we do that. And then from a timing perspective, we have to meet the 80% by 2030, you know, commitment we made to the state. And with COVID, there's so much from a lead time perspective that we had to make the decision a year ago to move forward to even get our turbines by 28. If we were to start today, Matt said this, we're not getting deliveries post 2030. And so there's all these things going against this. Lead times are long. We're trying to make projections going forward. What's the market going to be like before we're actually even in it? And if the market determines that plan and reserve margins need to be higher, cost just went up for everybody, because that means you have to add more resources to make sure that the market stays reliable. Does that help?
Yeah, that does. When we talk about the potential for clean hydrogen, so let's say that doesn't become I mean, we know the challenges with clean hydrogen. There's challenges with moving it through pipelines. There's, storage. You know, there's storage, right? And so, I mean, you know, I've heard this could become a stranded asset, or how do you feel about this moving into the future? I mean, this is something clearly it would be great to be able to phase out, obviously. Is there a timeline at which you feel like you could start phasing out? Because one of the things I heard today, and I've heard this argument before, is that, you know, yes, this is better than coal. And how do we ultimately totally phase out of using fossil fuels, right? I mean, we just have to do that if we want to, you know, stop climate change, or, you know, stop climate change from getting worse. And so, how would you answer that question of, you know, is this just another kind of crutch in a way that keeps us reliant on fossil fuels? So how do we move out of that, especially if that clean hydrogen doesn't become an option? What does it look like? What are you seeing in the future of PRPA and the pool that can really move us into where we need to be?
So there's a lot of questions there. So if I don't get them all, let me know. But what I would say to you, let's start with the economics of the stranded asset. If you go through the IRP and you look at it in detail, the preferred plan is about $2.5 billion to make this transition in 10 years. You're shutting down a coal unit that's capable of running another 10 to 15 years easily, that's been paid for by the citizens. Probably 10 years ago it was paid off, right? These aeroderivative turbines represent about 20% of the cost increase of making the transition. And so the idea that they're going to be the stranded asset, as the CEO, I don't look at it that way. I see them as a transition, you know, the transition that enables us to get a deeper level of renewables, meet the, for sure, 80 by 30, and keep moving that direction. And as far as whether we'll ever run hydrogen through them or not, I hope we don't. I hope that long duration storage comes along. I hope that our work with the owner communities gets to the point that we build out a robust virtual power plant with Travis's team and the other utility directors in the cities, and that we don't need them. And I'll be the first one to be glad to shut them down and never need them again. But until we get to that point, again, want to have as many tools available to us in our toolbox to manage this, because we've never done this before. And we've never done it with other utilities before. And the other thing I would say too, and if I'm off topic, then you can, whatever, I don't know, censor me, whatever, pound the gavel. But this whole idea that we refuse to have an NREL third-party review. Why don't you just do it? Why you subject yourself to all this scrutiny? Why you want to listen to 40 people say, why don't you just do this? Right? Talked to the board about it, made presentations to every one of the city councils, worked on this back in 2020. The answer was, man, we're going to need some gas turbines to make this transition. Refreshed it in 22. Oh, we're going to need some gas turbines to make this transition. Did it again in 24. Well, we're going to need these turbines to make this transition. Things aren't moving as quickly as we thought. Okay? Every other utility in the state, every single one, same conclusion. So when I talk to my strategy team, we take both sides of the equation. If we had something that was even modestly different than Excel, than Tri-State, than Colorado Springs, and United Power, and I can get outside of the state, Los Angeles Water and Power, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, which is the only other utility of any size that has a 0 by 30 goal and can't meet it and is going to have to refurbish existing gas plants to maintain reliability. So I told the board, I said, I don't see the point in it because we're not going to come to any other conclusion different than any other utility has come up with. We're not trying to hide anything. Don't see the value in it. If you want us to do it, we'll go ahead and do it. The city councilors didn't think it was necessary. The board didn't think it was necessary. We didn't pursue it. Never dreamed that it would be used against us like it was, we were trying to hide something, because we're not for profit, not nonprofit, but not for profit. And we're owned by 400 communities. And so we're trying to do the best we can to meet the requests the citizens made of us. And we don't have all the answers. We're not perfect. I'm far from a perfect CEO, and we don't think we have everything right. But I do agree with what's been said by a few folks. For the life of me, I never would have predicted that we wouldn't be celebrating the idea that we were shutting down the coal plant and all the emissions that goes along with that, and replacing it with additional gas turbines and another $2 billion in renewable investments over 10 short years, and not be proud of that. I missed that one.
Question. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Jason. Just a comment. I appreciate what you just shared about the discussion that you've had with the board over the years, and it keeps coming back to we need more gas turbines. But I'm not a member of the PERA board, and for me, the point of considering doing this, which is something I'm going to ask, is that it would help confirm what you've been saying all along, and it would help build trust. And to me, that's the point in thinking about doing some type of third-party, independent energy assessment. And if you're so confident it'll come back to this, then there's nothing to worry about. If it does suggest any kind of adjustments, then we adjust accordingly. So I do believe, respectfully, sir, I do believe there's a point at this juncture.
Other questions? Any other questions? All right. Thank you. We're ready to move to deliberation?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request a private conference with our attorney.
Okay. So we will.
Do we need a? Sorry, Frank.
Do we need any kind of motion for that thing?
You do need a motion, and you need to do it in a way that you need to articulate as best as you can what the subject of the conversation is going to be, without sort of giving away any of the legal things that you want to ask, but you need to at least articulate what the subject is going to be. And then you'll have to vote to go into it. And we'll have to get the citation to the statute, but I can pull that up really quick.
Can you give me an example how I would word the topic I'd like to discuss?
Yeah, just 1 second. It would be a motion for an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Sections 24-6, 402-4B, conversations with an attorney to discuss, and then whatever it is that you want to discuss.
Can you give me an example of what I would?
If your question has to do with you could say something like legal requirements or legal requirements of an applicant related to the criteria for a 1041 application.
Okay, I'll do that. Make this simple. Madam Chair, I would like to move for the Board of County Commissioners to move into executive session pursuant to Colorado Right Statute 24-6 offshore 24B, conversations to discuss with our county attorney about 1041 applications and legal uh,
I mean, I think
legal considerations when considering criteria C, D, and E.
okay,
How's that?
good.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, Commissioner.
What is the duration of this executive session?
I think we need less than 10 minutes just to be conservative. I don't think it'll be that long, but just I promise I'll make it less than 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion beyond that? Seeing none, there's a motion on the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. We're going to move into an executive session. We will be back in, we are told, around 10 minutes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are back from our executive session, and we may have a motion coming out of that executive session. Commissioner Shattuck McNally?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you all for your patience as we wanted to take a moment to confer with our county attorney. Frank, you'll help me kind of navigate this as I approach this. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for continuance of this hearing for me to gather some more information. But it sounds like the applicants have also asked for a continuance. So my question is to the attorney, should we make that motion, or should we go ahead and allow the applicants to request that?
I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of difference. It's sort of maybe 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think if that's what the applicant's intention is, that's fine. I think the board needs to, if that's the board's desire, is to have a continuance for more information, I think it would be appropriate for that motion to be made. If the applicant wants to make a record that they're in agreement with that, I think that's probably helpful also.
Okay. So should I ask the applicant now if we made this motion, would they be in agreement with that?
I would go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
And then,
So, Madam Chair, I make the motion for a continuance of this 1041 application hearing for motion for March, to move the hearing to March 24th. At 3 p.m. 2025 for Platt River Power Authority 1041 application file number 24-CONE 3715 so I can request more information regarding criteria C, E, and D, and also of the additional additional criteria for power plants, criteria D2. So,
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Shall I ask the applicants now if that's?
yeah, I think it would be good to get them on the record.
Can I ask the applicants if they would be in support of this?
We're open to a continuance. We also have a condition of approval that we could propose for this evening if you'd like to reach a decision tonight.
That's up to the board. There's a motion on the table, and so I think we need to deal with that motion. And
okay.
Or have discussion about that motion if you want to continue with that.
Yeah,
motion.
let's have a discussion about the motion. Commissioner Kafalis.
Regarding the motion that I'd like someone to repeat it to make sure we're on the same page regarding additional information and to address which particular review criteria. I know we had, there's C, 10.9.1C and 10.9.1E, but are there additional ones?
yeah, I also, because I had a note that I needed more information on the additional criteria for power plants on page 491 in my packet, condition D, for the project, the purpose and need for the proposed project to meet the needs of an increasing population in the county. So C, D, and E. Or not, just C and E, sorry. And then D and the other. And then I think Commissioner Kafalis, you wanted to add the climate impacts.
Well, just related to those two criteria, in an attempt to make this as clear as can be, I think it would be helpful to have more information about the climate impact analysis and how that relates to our comprehensive plan. And also with review criterion E, it talks about mitigation of the mitigation hierarchy and more information that can help address questions that may be regarding avoidance, minimization, and mitigation.
All right. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. I guess I would ask the applicant, did you have anything you wanted to add about a about another condition? Or would you rather discuss that in the future meeting?
We'll discuss it at the future meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, since that is the only item on our agenda, and we have continued the meeting till March 24th, then we are adjourned for the evening at
In the afternoon, right?
8:49. Yeah, and that meeting will be in the afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. Thank you.